Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our May 26th regular meeting of Council. Starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Lakota Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to urgent additions and approval of the agenda. First, looking to administration. Are there any requests for additions to the agenda from administration? Seeing none. Are there any requests from council for additions to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the May 26, 2026 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we go to council recognitions and announcements. I just want to acknowledge the work that is being done on the Habitat for Humanity project that's going on. So I had an opportunity yesterday to go and do a very, very brief visit over there and see the project. There are currently 2 of the buildings are mostly up with a third well underway, and then 4 and 5 to start probably next year. But they are hoping that residents are going to turnkey and move in before the end of the year at that project. So it was great to get a quick update from Habitat yesterday. There is still a possibility that if anybody wants to go and volunteer and help out with that project, there's lots of volunteer opportunities. The one thing that I did want to highlight was when I was there yesterday, the organizers from Habitat for Humanity specifically recognized our not-for-profit sector and how supportive they have been of this project. And I just thought that it was great to go there and hear from somebody really kind of outside of our community who's moving into our community, their acknowledgement of the great work that happens within our NFP sector. So just want to share that with the public and thank Habitat for Humanity for the kind words that they had shared with regards to our not-for-profit sector. We are now moving to public input session, going to legislative services. Has anyone requested to speak at public input? I do believe that Suti would like to speak at public input. So good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Which item on the agenda are you looking to speak to?
Offsite levies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council and staff throughout the CEO. As you know, East Acreages were annexed back in 2009, and frustrations have been heard by council from the residents that were annexed over the multiple past meetings, this council and the previous ones. I just wanted to speak in regards to the offsite levies that's coming up today for the first reading. There is it talks to policy 327 and 320, which is going to be, which plays into this offsite levy bylaw. In those levies, there is an option for the tier 1 developers, tier 2 developers to pay at a scheduled interval. And I've made a request in the past as well to see if East Acreage or acreage landowners, which are longtime residents of city, and they have not fled or left the city, so they're committed to the city in terms of paying their dues. So I'm wondering if a special category could be created into those policies for tier 1 for the East Acreages owners, where they would get treated similar to what a tier 1 would be or a developer would be, so they can be helped with paying back the offsite levies for any acreage developments that happen in the near future or any time in the future. So that would benefit in terms of paying the offsite levy at a scheduled rate. It'll also help the landowners in terms of paying the deposit for the security deposit that the city keeps. But it's not to state that we're not wanting to pay, but we're just wanting to get a leniency and recognize that the acreage areas are special areas that require council's attention in this regard. So that would benefit, and if you guys could direct administration to see if we could look into something like that, that would benefit. And at the same time, in terms of the offsite levies, I see our rates are quite high compared to the other jurisdictions. I'm wondering if that's a deterrent in terms of getting any new development into our area, into our city. That should be looked into it. And at the same time, I see that what's my train of thought? In terms of development, encouraging further development into the acreage areas, if such leniencies could be placed into our deterrences right now for new for acreage owners to develop their lots into smaller 1 acre parcels or or TRR, whichever happens to be the way. So if we can look into something like that on a priority basis, I think this will cement confidence into the landowners to subdivide their lands, so our east and the north acreage areas flourish and become more part of the city. As we've had a conversation in the past where these areas look quite beautiful in other cities such as Ottawa, as you and I have had a conversation in the past. I think that's all I got to say.
Okay, great, thank you. Administration, I'm going to suggest that maybe this could be a question we bring up when we get to that item here on the agenda, that perhaps we could address that question at that time as part of that to see if that is a possibility. Secondly, I think this is a good time for a reminder for everybody that on June the 10th, we are hosting an open house for acreage owners to discuss various things, including the TRR zoning, the CR zoning, as well as continuing to find other avenues forward as to how we can get, I think we've used the word unstuck is the word that we've been using. That's June the 10th at 6 o'clock, I believe. I do not recall the location off the top of my head at the moment, though. The rec center? Thank you. So June the 10th at the rec center is where we'll be hosting that open house for acreage owners. And so I just think that this is a good time to bring a reminder for that. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. Just through to you. Also a reminder on that agenda item, we're hoping Council will schedule the public hearing for that particular bylaw on June 9th at 1 p.m. I think that would be the most appropriate place for this type of question to look at. Today is only the first reading.
That's fair. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's absolutely. Thank you for that reminder. I appreciate that. So we will, that can be addressed as we move forward through this process. Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, Ledge Services, for the motion that you've created here. Just before doing that motion, I just want to give one more call to see if there's anybody else that had something for public input. Remember, just as a reminder, that public input for regular council meetings is for something that is on the agenda, as we just saw. Offset levies is on the agenda, so totally appropriate to bring that forward for public input at this time. So seeing none, can I have that motion again, please, from Legislative Services? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Well, thank you, Worship, and good morning. Move that Council accept the public input regarding offsite levies and acreages for information.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have a few proclamations here that we're going to be doing this morning, and this is keeping in line with the new policy that we had just approved just a couple of weeks ago. And so our first one is for Canadian Armed Forces Day on June 7th, 2026, whereas the first Sunday in June, Canadian Armed Forces Day, recognizes the tremendous contribution by the Canadian military, the Royal Canadian Navy, Canadian Army, and the Royal Canadian Air Force, both domestically and internationally. Whereas the City of Chestermere is honored to pay tribute to both active duty personnel and veterans for their dedication and commitment to peace, democracy, and security that underscores the strength and independent spirit of our nation. Whereas the City of Chestermere has a long history of supporting peace and humanitarian efforts, while Alberta's active service members continue to strengthen communities across the province. Therefore, I, Shannon Dean, Mayor of Chestermere, Alberta, do hereby proclaim June 7th, 2026 in the city of Chestermere as Canadian Armed Forces Day. Just absolutely a huge thank you to all those who step up and serve our country in the various aspects of our military. The second proclamation that we have is National Accessibility Week, May 31st to June the 6th, 2026. Whereas the Accessible Canada Act came into force July 11, 2019, making National Accessibility Week, NAAW, legislated to take place every year beginning the last Sunday in May, and whereas National Accessibility Week brings together all Canadians in recognizing the valuable contributions of Canadians with disabilities and strengthening the collaborative effort needed to create a country that is fully accessible and inclusive. And whereas each year we look at the gains we have made in removing barriers and improving access for all who live, work, and play in the city of Chestermere, Alberta, and look forward to the work that still needs to be done. This proclamation affirms the city of Chestermere's commitment to fostering disability inclusive and accessible communities throughout our city, and therefore I, Shannon Dean, Mayor of Chestermere, do hereby proclaim May 31st to June 6, 2026 in the city of Chestermere as National Accessibility Week. And the third one we have is for Seniors Week. This is an exciting tradition that has been going on for a number of years now, and I look forward to this every week and every year. Every year. And so this is Seniors Week, which is June 1st to the 7th, 2026. Whereas seniors make a difference in our community through active community participation that often includes supporting families and friends, imparting valuable experiences, knowledge, and skills to the community as volunteers or a part of the workforce, and providing mentorship to younger generations. And whereas older adulthood should be universally celebrated and valued. Celebrating seniors is an important way to promote positive images of ages of those who help to build our community and who continue to contribute to its success. And whereas Seniors Week has been recognized in Alberta since 1986 to celebrate the contributions of seniors to our families, workplaces, communities, and our city, and to advocate for seniors' rights and voices. And therefore I, Shannon Dean, Mayor of the City of Chestermere, Alberta, do hereby proclaim the week of June the 1st to 7th, 2026 as in Chestermere as Seniors Week. So certainly looking forward to all the activities that are kicking off. The opening ceremonies for Seniors Week, just taking a quick look here at our calendar. The opening ceremonies for Seniors Week is at 11:30 at the Rec Center on June the 1st. So June the 1st at 11:30 at the Rec Center is when those are happening. I know that the signups are open right now. Closed now. They have now closed. So if you have any information, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out and we can point you in the right direction. But Seniors Week is always a great week here in our community, and looking forward to that week of June the 1st to June the 7th. With that, can I have a motion, please, to accept the three proclamations for information? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Council accept the Canadian Armed Forces Day, National Accessibility Week, and the Senior Week proclamation for information.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Opportunity for, if any councillor, for any of the items that we have on our agenda today to declare any kind of conflict of interest. Seeing none, we'll move to item 7, which is 7.1, May 12th, 2026, regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to present the regular meeting of council minutes as presented? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that Council approve the May 12th, 2026 regular meeting of Council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Council opportunity for if there was any business that any councillor wanted to raise from business arising out of the minutes. Seeing none. I do not believe that we have any correspondence for information for this particular meeting. So with that, we're going to move to item 10.1, which is community growth and infrastructure, DP number 52667 200 Marina Drive, 18 unit stacked townhomes, 3 buildings, presented by Mr. Thomas McKay, planning technician. Good morning, Mr. McKay.
Morning. Let's make sure I get the channel changer right. Oh, yeah. We're off. I'd like to thank you for acknowledging Seniors Week. It's so appropriate for my first presentation here, so it's not specific to me, I hope, but thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor, Dean, members of council, and all present. My name is Tom McKay, planning technician with the Development Services Group of the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. I would like to acknowledge that all my comments related to the presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of council. I will be presenting development permit number 2552667, which is an application to add an 18-unit, 3-building stacked townhouse development as a second site development to an existing and operating 18-unit residential care facility site located at 200 Marina Drive. My presentation will involve an application and existing site overview, implications and potential risks of the proposed development, optional decision alternatives, and finally, providing follow-up information and clarification if needed. A development permit application has been received affecting the municipal property of 200 Marina Drive. The application was submitted in its entirety by RMH Drafting and Consulting Limited, representing the property owner, Lakeshore Manor, Chestermere Limited. The application proposes to add a 3-building, 2-building per unit, 18-unit stacked townhouse development on the north parking lot area of the existing and operating 18-unit residential care facility site. The townhouse development would be freestanding and independent of the residential care facility structure and located on the same legal parcel as the existing care facility. The recreated 2025 Municipal Development Plan for Chestermere provides in the City Centre policies that the City Centre should be promoted as an urban mixed-use area with a broad range of residential, retail, service, institutional, and recreational opportunities. Also that new commercial, residential, and mixed-use buildings within the City Centre shall be a minimum of 2 stories. Land Use Bylaw 2024 also provides that townhouses stacked as a discretionary use in the site-specific direct control designated subject site district. Recommendations to council would be that council consider development permit number 2552667 for a proposed multi-family stacked townhouse 18-unit at 200 Marina Drive. On August 12, 2014, a building permit was issued for construction on an 18-room Best Western operated hotel. The development was granted full occupancy on March of 2016. On February of 2020, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2919 was adopted, adding the residential care use to the site-specific DC district zoning. A building permit for hotel conversion to special care facility was issued in July of 2020. Occupancy to operate as a special care facility was signed off in January of 2021. The site continues to operate as an 80-unit special care facility in the previously developed hotel facility with no impactful changes to the exterior building envelope or design. The subject application is being reviewed, assessed, and presented as an addition to the existing status of 200 Marina Drive. That being legal description Lot 1, Block 38, Plan 1310746. A subdivision application for the development-specific area of the property has not been submitted to date. The site-specific land use district, Direct Control Town Center Commercial District, DC, TCC, Site 5, allows a maximum density of 82 units per hectare for residential uses. A condition of approval for the residential care use, DP number 2552667, provided a 60.5% variance increase of density to allow for a residential site. Density of 131.6 units per hectare as allowed by a previous council. The addition of 18 residential 2-bedroom units to the subject property would increase the overall site density to 162.45 units per hectare, affecting a 96.9% increase to the allowable residential units per hectare of 82. Represented here is a building footprint overlay of the stacked townhouse development to be located in the north property parking lot. The townhouse development will eliminate 21 parking stalls currently located in the north side parking area. This is a north side street side view looking south toward the property area to be impacted. This slide provides a development elevation overlay introduced to the north facing elevation of the existing residential care facility. This sightline section rendering shows face-to-face window intersections between the north face of the care facility and the south face of the proposed townhouse complex. The double hatching reflects the sightline overlap between the two. The most predominant sightline overlap is shown on the third floor interaction. In regards to parking, this is going to be a little more detailed. The on-site parking lot area directly north of the existing residential care facility will be eliminated to accommodate the multifamily development, reducing the overall site parking stall count by 21. A total of 72 site parking stalls will remain for both the existing care center and the proposed 18-unit multifamily development. The proposed multifamily use will require 2 stalls per unit and 3 additional visitor stalls for a standalone total of 39 on-site parking stalls. The existing residential care facility requires 1 stall per 4 units and 0.15 visitor stalls per unit. The total site requirement for the care facility stands at 32 parking stalls with an additional 1 stall per active shift employee at 10. Overall site parking stall requirement for both site uses will be 56 standard use stalls, 15 visitor stalls, and 10 staff accessible stalls. 4 barrier-free access stalls must be also provided in the standard use stall count. The total parking requirement for the combined uses will be 81 site parking stalls. The combined uses will reflect an overall site deficiency of 9 stalls. This results in a 12% total site parking stall variance. Also note that the existing red highlighted parking stalls currently in use to the far west of the parking lot area are outside the actual property boundary of 200 Marina Drive, but are registered in a facility crossing agreement between the grantor, AltaLink LP, and the grantee, Chestermere Hotel Properties Limited, subject site owner. The agreement relates to a portion of the AltaLink utility right-of-way in place for the north-south main electrical transmission line. The off-site stalls total 16 of the overall usable parking stall calculation for the site. Although the 16 off-site parking stalls have been used and allotted in the usable parking stall count for the previous hotel and current residential care facility use, the city is not party to the facility crossing agreement. Any change to or cancellation of the existing agreement could result in a loss of the 16 stalls currently being utilized for the site. If the west side off-site parking stalls currently designated to the site are not calculated in the overall site parking stall usage, the on-site parking stall count will total 56, resulting in an on-site parking stall deficiency of 31%. Potential risks involved. 18-unit stacked townhouse development is reviewed as bare land condominium project with no specific development area subdivision elements considered at this time, which would, in the event that there was an application for subdivision, would have to take into consideration that area of the townhouses could not accommodate any on-site parking in that subdivision. Designated on-site parking of the proposal requires a 9 stall or 12% variance. The land use allowable 82 units per hectare for residential uses on the site will effectively double to 163.45 units per hectare. 2 separate and distinct uses to be incorporated on the site would be considered. Noticeable impact to the north face care facility sightline and amenity space is considered as well. Other planning considerations. The proposal meets all land use requirements for property line setbacks, building heights, and lot coverage. A traffic impact assessment and sanitary servicing report were provided by the applicant and found satisfactory as per engineering department review. Front-facing pedestrian-friendly street access design is in line with all surrounding existing multifamily townhouse development. Other recommendations are that council direct administration to bring back additional information to a future meeting, that council approve development permit number 25526667 with conditions as provided or with requested condition amendments, or that council refuse development permit number 25526667. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time and consideration in this presentation. I am now available for further follow-up or clarification.
Thank you. I have a number of questions about this, but I want to turn it over to Council first for any questions that Council may wish to bring for this presentation. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and on to Mr. McKay. I'm wondering about the parking. Thank you for explaining that the area on the street in front of the proposed development is currently no parking. Are you aware of whether that would become a parking area on that street? And if so, what would be the implication for traffic there?
Right, through the chair to Councillor Sambo, the evaluation is based on the fact that that is a non-parking area, and I would consider that to be the valid assessment at this point, or in the future. Would no consideration would be given to it, subject to change.
Thank you. I will watch for my screen to go green as I work my way through some of the questions that I have. I may have missed this within your presentation. If I did, then I apologize for that. Who would be living if this was approved? Who would be living there? Is this an extension of the seniors facility, or is this renters? Is people be buying to live there? Who would be actually living in this facility if this was approved?
Right, through the chair to Mayor Dean. At this point, they can only be marketed as rental units.
Okay.
There's no propensity or opportunity to separate the titles until a subdivision application would come in. It's totally separate and independent. There's no it's not like a Ronald McDonald House for the people or anything to that effect. It's who's ever the market will bear whoever resides there.
Thank you. Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair to Marina, just a point of clarification. Planning decisions cannot be based on the user of the land. It needs to be based on the use of the land. So regardless of who would be living, if the application meets the land use bylaw, then it needs to be considered that way.
Yeah, thank you. To clarify, I'm not saying that would influence my decision. I was seeking clarity as I was just wondering if this was an extension of the seniors facility and right, because or was this separate from the seniors facility? That's so. Yes, I'm a little bit talking about usage, but more so, I'm just looking for some clarity as to. I am looking for clarity as to the usage on that. So, thank you, Councillor Worzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Jumping on to that same line of thinking. Through our chair to Mr. Chandiak, while this may meet a land use bylaw, the usage does matter if I'm going to be voting on this. So how would we handle usage if it's not land use based?
Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair, excuse me. Through the chair to Councillor Worzanowski, we don't control the user. Once a development is approved, the developer can then choose to subdivide these units and sell it in open market, at which point we don't get to choose who lives in that property. At this point, it might be marketed as seniors living, but given the fact that you're approving the development, or should council choose to approve this development, we are essentially considering this to be okay with and in line with rules and regulations. We don't control who is going to be living in that property. We do not have any discretion or power or authority after the approval is rendered.
Thank you.
Can I just add through
Yes, please.
the chair and Councillor Worzanowski? I think that we can infer particular use, and I say that in a sense that it's a 4-story walk-up basically. So I don't think that it's designed to accommodate any type of senior living or anything to that effect. That's that would be my consideration. So I don't know that, and it's certainly independent from what's existing. Maybe it could be families living there for that example, but there was no specific occupants designated for this use. But
Thank you. Josh, I'm wondering if you can just go back a couple of slides, please, to the policy review comment. Thank you. So there it is. Thank you, sir. So this says that the proposed bylaw aligns with the general intent of the policies within the applicable guiding documents, the MDP and the LUB. So my question with regards to that is, the presentation also outlines that it is going over maximum permitted UPA by 96.9%. It does not meet the parking requirements, and it doesn't meet the landscaping requirements. So I'm wondering how those two statements, three statements, I guess, seem to be in conflict with one another. We are saying on one page that the bylaw aligns with the general intent of the policies, while at the same time saying that it doesn't align with three of our policies. So I'm wondering if you could help me understand that, because that seems to be contradictory.
certainly, from my perception, sorry, through the chair to Mayor Dean, it aligns with our ability to evaluate this application on its own merit. So that would be through the land use bylaw. Now, the other considerations that it doesn't comply with, then we address with after the application. So I would, perceive that to mean that I cannot deny the application or the review thereof prior to. So that's aligning with our ability to accept the application. That's how I would interpret it. And that's how we would use it in any application process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chandiak?
Thank you. Through the chair, just to add to Mr. McKay's comment, policies and regulations are separate. So policy is the general intent of the area, which means the site is still residential in nature. It is still being proposed as what it is contemplated in the MDP and the land use bylaw. The regulations are what it doesn't meet. Three regulation types, density, parking, and landscaping are the three regulations that it does not meet, but it still meets the general intent of the policies as contemplated in the MDP and LUE.
Fair. But if I was a resident or a councillor or a mayor, I might read this and want a second bullet point that says, however, is my only comment, right? Because I get what you're saying, and that makes sense. I would suggest that for myself, speaking only on behalf of myself at the moment, I would like a second bullet point that says, however, and to have those things outlined, because I think that could be quickly overlooked without a thorough reading of the entire presentation and the entire bylaw and all the information thereof, because to me it still seems like a contradictory statement. I appreciate what you're saying. It gives you the ability to review it and bring it forward. That's fair. I accept that, right? But it does seem like a bit of a, not but to dismiss everything I just said, it just does seem like a bit of a contradiction to say that it aligns with these things. However, like we literally are butting ourselves.
Through the chair, if I may, we can be more specific going forward.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Councillor Schindler.
Through the chair to, through administration to you, Mr. McKay. Has this gone past fire?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, yes, it has. It's been circulated. The only comment they have, which we're going to attach to prior to release, is they wanted a further accessible walkway just to the east side of the proposed development. But all the other requirements, it's gone through safety codes, fire, engineering. Those are the standard circulation processes prior to presenting it at this time. Okay. So they didn't have any fire. There was a hydrant test. This is out of my wheelhouse, but just generically, so that the water flow for fire was deemed to be acceptable and things to that effect.
Yeah, my concern is the proposed is a 3-story building in front of a large building with removing those sight lines from the street where the fire trucks would park and put out a fire in the main building. And so yeah,
got
something bugs me about it. Okay,
thanks. If you could look on this, and it would be to the right of where there's that paving, just to the west of the existing care facility, and Fire department requested that extend all the way out to Windermere Drive for their access, just to that face of the building as well, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to administration. So this is coming to us because it's direct control, right? So if it wasn't direct control, would this would have been approved?
Are we open to suggestion through the chair to
Mr. Chen.
Ryan, or
Thank you. Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Naran. If this was not direct control, we would take the regulations that it does not meet into consideration and would render a decision based on that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's what I wanted to hear.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to process how to move forward on this because, with all respect, I don't think that the recommendation that's in here is a motion, because I think that council has to consider it because, well, it's being presented, so we would be considering it. So I think really what we need to do is look at the three other recommendations, well, I'm going to play my cards right from the get-go here. My suggestion on this one, council, is I would be recommending the motion that council refuse development permit number 2552667. So that's my recommendation in looking at the three recommendations. As a reminder, the three are the council direct administration to bring back additional information. The second one is that council approve or that council refuse. So my recommendation is to go with that one, but I'm opening it up for conversation unless a councillor would like to make that motion, and then we could debate the motion. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be happy to make that motion.
Okay, thank you. So can we, okay, and we'll open it up for debate. So Councillor. Is there enough words on this? Should it be a motion that council? I feel like there's not enough words on this yet. So I think it would be a motion that council, I think there should be two words at the very beginning, no? Oh, yeah. And should it say motion that at first or no?
Or that's
Just like this.
I move, yeah.
Ledge services is, okay, I got the talking heads all nodding at me now that we're good. Yes? Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you. I move that council refuse DP number 2552667 as presented.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to comment that I appreciate the opportunity to be able to deliberate on something like this because it does give us an opportunity to see whether our interpretation of the intent of the MDP, at least as it applies to this application, is consistent across council, right? Because we put it into effect. From my perspective, I don't think that this application is consistent with the intent of our policies that we've put in place. I'm not sure what value it adds to city centre, so in this particular case, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the motion? Councillor Warzanowski.
Just a clarification, I want to share with Councillor through the chair to Councillor Sambo. If you'll be voting no, you'll be voting in favor of this. So just ensure the motion is to refuse, is to accept the refusal.
Thank you. Any other? Well, yeah. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Councillor Warzanowski. Beat me to the punch on that one. I was going to provide that clarity for council right before we went to the motion, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Councillor Schindler.
This application, while interesting, puts forward a similar problem to what we've had in other areas of the city where we have windows looking in on windows that are quite close to each other without sightline changes. And it just, I know that these seniors who live at Lakeshore probably like to look out their windows and to see nature or the street or something further than another building. With that, I will be voting to support this motion.
Thank you. Councilor Wozniacki.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll also be voting in favor of this motion. And just some feedback for the presenter is that we do need more seniors living. That's not being presented here. It is currently zoned as direct control. If there was a different application with that in mind, I think you'd get more reception, certainly from me. But until then, I'll be supporting Deputy Mayor's motion as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, so again, as Councilor Wozniacki had pointed out a few minutes ago, voting yes on this motion refuses the application. Voting no would be you want to approve the application. So voting yes refuses the application, and voting no. So with that, we will call for the vote. And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll now move to item 10.2, which is the Clearwater Park Outline Plan Amendment presented by Mr. Colin Kelly, Planner 1. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Good to go.
Y'all prepped and ready to go this morning?
I hope so.
Thinking back to our barbecue.
Oh, yes.
conversation.
Feeling great. Okay. Yes. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Colin Kelly, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Department. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of Council. I would like to note that the outline plan and land use redesignation are two separate processes that need to occur concurrently, but to reduce redundancy, there will only be one presentation to cover the two separate reports. Administration is here to present a land use bylaw amendment, Bylaw 025-26, to lands within the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan. Just noting what we'll be going over today as we go through the presentation. And the requests for the outline plan are that Council accept the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan dated April 2026 as shown in Attachment B for information. And for the land use amendment, that Council give first reading to Bylaw 025-26, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for Bylaw 025-26 for June 9th, 2026 at 2 p.m. I am here because the city has received an application seeking amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, as well as the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan. The proposed amendments involve a redesignation of a portion of Clearwater Park West Stage 1 located in the city's northeast. And this slide just notes the application approval process as proposed, with the proposed public hearing being scheduled for June 9th. At your discretion. This slide and the following slide just note the amendments to the Waterford Stage 1 the Clearwater Park Stage 1 outline plan. This is to reflect updated land use statistics, changes to land use districts, and proposed public roads in place of private in two separate areas. Okay, so this slide highlights changes to Exhibit 6 from the Clearwater Park's West Stage 1 outline plan. A slide that will be shown on the screen shortly will provide additional context for the proposed changes to the land use districts. These changes include proposing public roads in the north and west portions of the outline plan, whereas they are currently shown as private roads, redesignating land use districts from direct control residential multi-unit district, DCR3, to residential multi-unit R3, residential planned lot, rear lane R1 PRL, and residential planned lot, front drive R-1 PFD are also proposed and will be shown more clearly on a subsequent slide. So on this slide, you can see the anticipated number of dwellings in the outline plan area as a result of the proposed amendments, as well as how they relate to the outline plan as it currently exists. It shows the extensive removal of the direct control residential multi-unit district R3 and how it results in a corresponding increase to the R3, R1 PRL, and R1 PFD districts. As a result of the proposed amendments, there will be an anticipated reduction of 123 dwelling units across the outline plan area. Okay. So when the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan was originally approved, the direct control district was created and proposed by the developer as the desired housing typologies were unknown, and therefore the direct control district was drafted to include multiple housing types, including townhouses, stacked townhouses, semi-detached, and single detached dwellings. The developer has now identified the housing types for all of the lots that are designated direct control district multi-unit DCR3 that they continue to own. Therefore, the developer has applied to redesignate these lots to their respective standard districts to streamline the review and approval processes. The proposal will result in a reduction of from 9.56 units per acre to 8.48 units per acre at the ultimate build-out of the outline plan. The applicant has identified the conversion of 2 roadways currently identified as private roads to public roads. So this would be the changes you see to the north portion in the proposed land use districts. You'll see it is going from a DC larger block to proposing the public roads within. And it's also to the west in the red lands, which are the the ETC lands. So that is a proposal going from private roads to public as well. And this, in the ETC lands, this public road establishes a defined connection to lands located to the south of the outline plan, improving the overall connectivity within the broader community. Both roadway conversions have been requested by the applicant to enable development and to enable lots with individual titled ownership adjacent to roads. The developer will be required to follow the city's engineering design and construction standards for road design and construction. So noted on this slide is the changes to the residential multi-unit district R3 district within the land use bylaw. That is the removal of the word public from the lot width requirements. Just a cleaning up of the bylaw. It's an unnecessary word, essentially. The building separation minimum removal of 10 meters. So currently in the DC district, this is the 10-meter requirement is not there. So this would be carrying it forward into this district. And this is to accommodate a more flexible design for townhouses. The lot coverage maximum revision from 55% to 60% for all buildings, excluding lakefront lot area, and 15% to 20% maximum for accessory buildings. This is just to correct longstanding challenges with lot coverage for accessory buildings, so the proposal of garages typically. And site-specific amendments, so these are the side yard setback in minimum, the minimum requirements for side yard setback and the amenity space as they currently exist within the direct control district. For these specific changes, they will only affect the lands as shown on the screen here. So those are 3 within the Clearwater Park community that are within the DC district. So these are not new requirements for these lands. They're being carried forward from that direct control district to the R3, but in a manner that only applies to the lands they already apply to. For the residential planned lot front drive district, R1 PFD, there are the changes where community building and facilities is listed as a discretionary use twice, so we are simply just cleaning that up, taking advantage of this time, and removing the duplicate discretionary use from the list. And the site-specific amendments, so the lot area minimum and the lot width minimum, those, as noted in the R3, those will only apply to the lands shown on the screen here, and that are included in the bylaw that was provided, and those requirements are already listed within the direct control district. So these are not new, and they do apply currently. This is just noting the documents that were reviewed as a part of administration's review and ensuring that they comply. And so implications, the proposed land use amendment would result in a reduction of 123 residential units. Development applications will proceed through the standard development permit and building permit approval process, eliminating the need for individual council approvals. And 2 public roads are proposed where currently private roads are considered. Administration supports the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Outline Plan amendments and land use bylaw amendments in the Clearwater Park community. That is all I have to present today, but I'm here to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you. Just to clarify on process right now, and this may be to yourself or to Director Chandiak or CAO, I'm assuming that we're going to want to proceed with 3 motions here. One will be to accept the land use, the amendment, outline plan amendment. I apologize. The outline plan amendment for information. The second will be to do first reading, and then the third motion will be to book the public hearing.
Yes.
So I think at this time, unless there are like really specific questions about the presentation, the appropriate course of action right now, I think, would be to work our way through those 3 motions, to hear then at the public hearing any feedback that we have, and then have the debate, if you will, around this particular item that happened after the public hearing. I believe would be the best. I see nodding from the 2 talking heads to my right, Mr. Chandiak and Mr. Edney. So I do believe that would be the appropriate course of action. So as always, because there is a section 4 questions in here, we'll allow that opportunity for council. With that in mind, though, you are going to have lots of opportunity to speak to this after the public hearing. And my caution would be that we wait until after the public hearing to kind of present how you're feeling on this particular item to allow that public hearing process to proceed. So with that, with those statements in mind, any questions from council with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, can I have the first motion, please, to accept for information? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Just move that council accept the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Outline Plan dated April 2026, as shown in attachment B for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the council make the motion for first reading of Bylaw 025-26, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to Bylaw 025-26, being the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I, the only question that I had, I just wanted to confirm with administration. Later on, I don't want to presuppose a vote. However, should a vote later on today come in to be passed, we will have 2 public hearings on June the 9th, and the one will be for the offsite levy bylaw, and that one is proposed to be scheduled at 1 o'clock. And then this one is scheduled to be for 2 o'clock. Just looking to Mr. Edney or possibly Legislative Services, do we feel confident that an hour is enough time for the offsite levy bylaw so that we can go from that one to this one? Or should we be looking at, say, this one starting at 2:30 as opposed to 2 o'clock? With keeping in mind that if we schedule for 2 o'clock, we can start later. We just can't start earlier. But I'm just wondering if we should leave this at 2 o'clock or bump it to 2:30 with that in mind, I'm just thinking coming back from lunch, doing the public hearing, if it takes even an hour, then we'd be looking at taking a break around 2 o'clock anyway and then coming back. So I'm wondering if we should leave this at 2 o'clock or bump it to 2:30. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think your suggestion of 2:30 works. We're not expecting a lot of input at the public hearing. We've received a lot up to this point, but you never know. So that's a good idea
Thank you.
to change it.
I'm trying to remember because I've gone through it every year now for 5 years as an elected official. I just, for whatever reason, I can't remember how long it's taken in the past for offsite levy bylaw, but I feel like there have been times where we have had a lot of questions about the offsite levy bylaw at the public hearing. So that's why I'm just as a caution, I'm wondering if we just go to the 2:30 time. Councillor Schindler?
If I may, can we switch this one to 1 o'clock and have the offsite levy at 2? Yeah. I'm thinking this one will go a little bit faster than our offsite levy conversation, and then we don't have a hard stop for our offsite levy conversation.
The only thing I'm thinking with that is I'm anticipating we're going to have a consultant here for offsite levy, right? And so does that affect that with with the timing for the consultant?
We move them for an hour.
It doesn't. So we just want to. I still think we should do the same thing though, and do the 2:30. We don't think this one would take more than. Director Chaniok.
Through the chair, we could make both times work. If you schedule this at 2:30, that works. If you schedule it at 1 o'clock, and then the offsite levy hearing at 2 o'clock, then that's fine too. I think Councillor Schindler's suggestion would probably, I guess, work better.
Okay.
Because this would probably get wrapped up in an hour. That one might take more time.
Fair enough. So let's schedule this one for 1 o'clock, and then when we get to the other one, we'll figure out the time that we want to do that at.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So can we just change this one to 1 o'clock, and then legislative services, can we keep in mind later on today when we get to the other motion for the second public hearing? Thank you. So we'll schedule this one for 1 o'clock. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion for booking the public hearing, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaw number 025-26 for June 9th, 2026 at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We do have a public hearing scheduled for this morning at 10 a.m. So I'm going to suggest that we take a quick break, and we're going to start that one a little bit later. We'll start the public hearing at 10:10. We'll come back from our break. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our first break here of the morning, and now we will be moving to our public hearing for Bylaw 016-26, being the Waterford Estates Land Use Bylaw Amendment. So if I could have a councillor please make a motion to open the public hearing for Bylaw 016-26. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council open the public hearing for bylaw number 16-26, being the Waterford Estate Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 10:12 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I will go over the process again as we do at each of our public hearings as to how our public hearing works. We will have the staff report from administration, the presentation from the applicant, if it's applicable. Do we have a presentation? We do. So we'll have the staff report from administration, the presentation from the applicant, presentations then from the public who are in support of the proposal, presentations from the public who may be in opposition to the proposal, the rebuttal presentation from the applicant, which is limited only to the comments received or heard in opposition, final questions of administration from council. Once the public hearing is closed, council will begin the deliberation process, and council may choose to make a final decision at the same meeting, or we can defer the decision to a future meeting of council. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing may register on the designated sign-in sheet, either in support or in opposition of the bylaw. I will also be calling 3 times, both to speak in favor and in opposition. And those that are speaking in favor or in opposition will be given 5 minutes to speak. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. For those that may wish to call in to speak in favor or in opposition, the phone number for that is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. So when we get to the portion for those who would like to speak in favor, and then subsequent to that, those that would wish to speak against, again, that phone number will be 403-207-7050, extension 7106. And I will again present that phone number at each of the times where people are going to have a chance to speak. So with that, I'm going to be calling for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw, and I believe that the staff presentation is coming from Ms. Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CEO to the Mayor and all members of Council. I would like to note that the outline plan and land use redesignation are 2 separate processes that need to occur concurrently, but to reduce redundancy, there will only be 1 presentation to cover the 2 separate reports. Administration is here to present the Waterford Estates Outline Plan and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Today's agenda will cover the motion request, provide an overview of the application and the approval process, followed by the proposed amendments, alignment with policy, public hearing information, implications, and then ending with recommendations and questions. Administration is here requesting the following motions: that Council approve the Waterford Estates Outline Plan dated March 2026 as shown in Attachment B, and for the Land Use Bylaw Amendment, that Council give second reading to Bylaw 016-26, being the Waterford Estates Land Use Bylaw Amendment, and that Council give third and final reading. The City has received an application from BLV Development Management on behalf of the landowner Polyco Chestermere Corporation for an outline plan and land use bylaw amendment. The lands affected are a portion of the Southwest Quarter Section 4, Township 24, Range 28, west of the 4th Meridian, within the Waterford Estates Outline Plan as shown on the map. For further clarification, we would like to provide information on how the approval process works for the 2 concurrent applications. The approval process and timing for the outline plan are depicted in light blue. For an outline plan to be approved, it is adopted by resolution of council. It is being brought forward concurrently with the land use bylaw amendment. The image on the slide highlights the proposed changes with a black border. These include changing various residential land use districts within, which will further shown on upcoming slides. All the areas that are not highlighted are already approved, subdivided, under construction, or built and are not part of this application. The Waterford Estates Outline Plan and Land Use Bylaw amendment will result in a net reduction of 3 residential units, changing the anticipated unit count of the community from 1250 to 1247, as shown in the table. Noteworthy here is that we have a reduction in the R2 district, which are for semi-detached dwellings, as well as the removal of a R4 high-density site, thus resulting in distribution of units to more single-detached and multi-unit dwellings. The proposed changes within the outline plan include text, map, and table amendments to reflect the proposed land use and modified block and road networks. These include updating the development concept, outline plan, statistics, and density sections, the removal of the walkability catchment due to inaccuracies, as well as updating the phasing map to reflect current and future approvals. In addition, updating figures to reflect the new block layout, road networks, and servicing, such as open space and community amenities, street networks, sidewalks and pathways, and potential public transit, as well as the water servicing, sanitary servicing, and stormwater servicing figures. This slide includes a side-by-side comparison of the current land use designations on the left with the proposed changes on the right highlighted with purple boundaries. Notably, most of the changes are included in the northwest portion of the community, where we have the removal of the high-density R4 site in the corner, along with changes to the R1, R2, and R3 districts to introduce more planned lots of R1 PRL and R1 PFD. In addition, R2 blocks in the southeast portion of the community are proposed to change to planned lots as well. The proposed amendments align with the applicable guiding documents identified on the screen. The outline plan and land use bylaw will need to be amended to reflect the changes proposed, which is being presented today. On April 28, 2026, Council gave first reading to Bylaw 016-26 and scheduled a public hearing for May 26, 2026 at 10 a.m. The public hearing for today was advertised on the city's website on April 30th. As of 12 p.m. on May 14th, the city received no submissions from the public. Additional written submissions received by the city between May 14th and May 26th will be provided if approved by council resolution. The amendments to the outline plan and implications are proposed to address market demand, support a gradual and compatible transition between low to medium density housing, and aim to alleviate land use conflicts. It results in a consistent and predictable housing form within each block, reinforcing harmonious streetscapes and neighborhood character. The amendments result in an overall net reduction of 3 residential units, so the overall density of the community remains at 8 units per acre. Therefore, there are no anticipated impacts to servicing capacity or open space networks. Administration supports the Waterford Estates Outline Plan and Land Use Bylaw Amendment and recommends proceeding with third and final reading. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So as part of the public hearing process, Council, you have opportunity here to ask any clarifying questions. Again, you'll have opportunity at the end of the public hearing for any questions of administration as well. But Council, do you have any clarifying questions that you would like to ask of administration at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our presentation from the applicant. So the applicant presentations are a maximum of 15 minutes, and I do believe that the Legislative Services has put the timer up on the screen. So good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and members of Council and Administration. My name is Alan Boucher. I am the principal of BLV Development Management. I am a registered professional planner, and my firm provides planning, approval, strategy, and development management support for landowners and developers across Alberta. I'm here today on behalf of my client, Paulico Group of Companies, who is the developer of Waterford Estates and a longtime proud developer in the city of Chestermere, going back over almost 2 decades now. Paulico has been working to advance the Waterford Estates community as a complete high-quality residential community in Chestermere. This application is part of that continued implementation work and is intended to help the remaining phases proceed in a practical, market-responsive, and well-planned manner. Before getting into my presentation, I would sincerely like to thank administration for their guidance and collaboration through this process. We really appreciate the work that has gone into bringing this application forward today for Council's consideration. As Ms. Sindhu has alluded to, Waterford Estates is not a new planning area. It's been comprehensively planned under the Waterford Area Structure Plan, which was approved in 2016. The original Waterford Estates outline plan was approved in 2022, and a previous outline plan amendment was approved in 2024. In the planning world, we consider these types of policy planning documents as living documents. These communities build out over many years, sometimes over a decade, and they need to respond and change over time, similar to the other outline plan amendment that was before council for first reading prior to this open house. Today's application, as I mentioned, is a targeted amendment for the remaining phases that have not been constructed to date. Again, as Ms. Sindhu alluded to, the current plan includes a predominant mix of R2, R3, and R4 in these remaining phases. Through implementation of our first phases, the plan has indeed involved actual densities need to be trued up and more accurately reflected in the plan. And there are also technical updates that we need to complete to align with the current city standards. Most importantly, the land use pattern just needs to be updated to better reflect market demand for more single family. The proposed amendments before council today focus on 3 items. First is the product mix. Selected areas are proposed to shift towards, again, more single family housing, along with some R3 adjacent to Collector Roads and Range Road 284. The second is density placement. The future village commercial in the southwest corner in purple on the map by the storm pond. The densities for this site are being refined so they can be properly addressed through a future land use application. I just want to clarify that that is not part of the scope of the request today. That'll come back forward to council in the future. Third is implementation purposes. The amendments update phasing and servicing for, again, these remaining phases, which I'll touch on, but there's 4 phases left, 6 through 9, that are planned for development. This slide demonstrates the project context, just to give council an idea where the community is at. The area in hatched is what has been subdivided and built out or under construction. As you can see, a significant portion of the community has been completed. Delivery of the school site has been prioritized and is now fully serviced. The developer is just working through the warranty period on the landscaping. Polico does recognize the importance of school sites in the city, and we look forward to continuing to work with the city, the separate school board, and the province to help realize a future school when funding and approval is aligned. This next slide just demonstrates, kind of the sequential timing of phasing through the community. We've kind of been in a good cycle where we've been able to do 1 phase per year. We would like to continue that. Phase 5 is planned for servicing this year, with the remaining phases to follow as the market allows. This amendment, in fact, is key to enabling these future phases, including the 12-acre village commercial site that I referenced earlier. The objective is to continuing delivering these phases towards a complete community build-out within the next 5 years. We believe that aligns with council's strategic priorities around growth, infrastructure, and having livable and complete communities. I wanted to touch a bit on the community vision, because I know that's very important. Waterford Estates will continue to include a strong estate and semi-estate character. Over half of the community is built for estate or semi-estate move-up product. And at the same time, a contemporary estate community can include a range of housing types where the public and private realms are cohesively designed. We want to assure council that through these amendments, the original identity of Waterford Estates will continue to be defined by its parks, open space, pathways, and streetscape. In working through the application with administration, we did a very thorough policy review, which we appreciate. It's really important that we align to those higher order plans to ensure that we're achieving council administration strategic priorities. The key planning policy question I think that came out of that review at the end of the day was whether this amendment preserved the original community framework from the original 22 outline plan approval. In our view, it does. The amendment is not walking away from density or housing choice. It is refining the remaining phases so they better align with market demand and current city standards. With that said, we would like to provide some rationale for support. We believe there are a few clear reasons why we hope that council will support this amendment. First, it helps Waterford Estates continue moving forward. The remaining phases, as I mentioned, need land use that can be delivered in the current market. What we have in the original approval just doesn't quite meet the test. Second, it improves compatibility. Lower density housing is being placed in areas where edge conditions, transitions, and delivery matter most between those existing phases and the future phases. Third, it protects the long-term planning opportunity at the village commercial node. Rather than locking in density prematurely across the plan area in these remaining phases, this amendment allows future density to be considered more comprehensively when that area is ready to advance without changing the overall community density. In closing, this amendment is consistent with policy, responsive to implementation realities, and aligned with the principles of the original approval. It preserves the Waterford Estates vision while improving fit, phasing, and density placement. On behalf of Polico Group of Companies, I respectfully request that Council give the amendments the required readings and approve Bylaw 01626. Thank you very much for your consideration today, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, any questions for our presenter here this morning? Seeing none. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so with that, we will move to the public input session. So first will be those that would like to speak in support of Bylaw 016-26. So I will be calling 3 times for anyone that wishes to speak in favor. If you would wish to call in, the phone number is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. Again, if you would like to call in to speak in favor, the phone number is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. Looking at the sign-in sheet that was made available at the beginning of the meeting for those who wish to speak in favor, Alan, I noticed that you signed up, but I think we've heard why you support this, so I'm going to move on from the... Okay, thank you. So I don't have anybody else that has signed in on the sign-in sheet. So I will call a first time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 016-26. I'll call a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 016-26. And I will call a third time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of Bylaw 016-26. Legislative Services, has anyone called in to speak in favor? No one has called in. So with that, then I will move to those who wish to speak in opposition to Bylaw 016-26. So I will call a first time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to Bylaw 016-26. Again, the phone number to call in if you would like to speak in opposition is 403-207-7050, extension 7106. That's 403-207-7050, extension 7106. Calling a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to Bylaw 016-26. And calling a third time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to Bylaw 016-26. Looking to Legislative Services, have we had anyone call in wishing to speak in opposition? No one has called in, so we will then move to applicant rebuttal, but there is no rebuttal because no one spoke, so you're good. I will look to administration. Is there anything else from administration that you would like to present at this time? Seeing nothing. Council, are there, as part of the public hearing process, there will be opportunity here to ask questions during second and third reading and the presentations that follow for that. But as part of the public hearing process, Council, final opportunity during the public hearing process. If you have any questions for clarity with regards to Bylaw 016-26. Seeing none, can I have a motion, please, to close the public hearing for Bylaw 016-26, being the Waterford Estates Land Use Bylaw Amendment? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move that council close the public hearing for bylaw number 016-26, being the Waterford Estates Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 10:32 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So I believe then we're moving to item 12.1, which is Community Growth and Infrastructure, Waterford's Estate Outline Plan Amendment, presented by Ms. Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2 again. Is this the same presentation as we just saw, or we wanted to go through the same presentation again? Or my suggestion would be we've seen the presentation, unless you want to do the whole thing again. But my suggestion is we've seen the presentation and we'll just move to any questions that council may have. Does that work, Ms. Sandhu?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So I open up for questions. I'll watch for green lights to hit on the screen here. I had a couple of questions that are just related to the outline plan and some information that is in there. And I held off on asking these because I didn't feel like it was part of the public hearing, nor does it necessarily impact my decision on how I will be voting for this. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. First of all, I believe that we have talked about this, but I cannot recall the timeline on this, and this is with regards to the Transportation Master Plan. The last time the Transportation Master Plan was done, according to this, is from 2017, and I'm just wondering, with all the growth that we've seen within our community, do we have a timeline on when we are looking at, or when expected timelines would be to update our Transportation Master Plan? I'm not sure who to direct that question to, if that would be Mr. Andy. I don't feel like that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I can just add that there was a supplement that happened in 2023.
Okay.
For the TMP. But in terms of a full update, I don't know the answer to that.
I believe that this would go to Mr. Chandiok. Is there a standard timeline when these are done? I'm just thinking of the exceptional growth that we've had, and if that is something administration is looking at, or is that a concern, or just questions along that, Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair to the chair, typically documents like these are documents that take considerable growth in.
Okay.
I guess they take growth in consideration, future growth in consideration when they're being prepared. And so typically they're not revised every year. These are not documents that get revised every year. Every 5 to 10 years is what I think, depending on the kind of growth that you're getting. In our case, I think 5-year would be an appropriate timeline. With that said, we do not have it on the books for a revision at this point. So if the amendment or if an update was done in 2023, I won't expect another update to be going until 2027-ish.
Okay, thank you. Is that something then that gets noted? Because I have a couple questions about this. Is that something that would normally get noted then in an outline plan from the applicant, or no, it's not necessarily pertinent to the outline plan that the applicant is submitting?
Through the chair, the outline plan is supposed to take into consideration the results of the transportation master plan. So the roads that need to be constructed or the new connections that need to be made, that is something that the outline plan should take into consideration while they're working on it. But outside of that, I wouldn't think it's necessary.
Okay, thank you. I had the similar question about the Chestermere Utility Master Plan. I know that Mr. Mach is not in the room. I feel like that would be his world. But I had the same question with regards to the Utility Master Plan, because it was also 2017.
Through the chair, it would be the similar situation. I know they're actively working on some of the revised utility proposals.
Okay.
But I don't expect a utility master plan again to be revised every second year. It doesn't work like that. These are long-term plans for ensuring that we have enough water sanitary supply in the city, enough stormwater management in the city, and these would contemplate projects that are on the line for 5 years out, 10 years out, and so they're not necessarily revised every second, third year.
Thank you. And the final question that I had was on page 29 of the outline plan. It says that there is no public transportation in Chestermere. And we do have some public transportation in Chestermere. And the only reason I bring this up is the update says that this update was from March 31st of 2026. So just a question with regards to that update, just information contained within the outline plan. Again, this does not affect my decision on moving forward on second and third reading. These are just things that stood out to me as I was reading through the outline plan. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I had my light on for another question, but I can answer this one too. When you're looking at updating the outline plans, you generally keep the original outline plan and original documents in place. So when this was originally submitted, we didn't have the Max Purple Transit line. So again, that wasn't relative to this decision making, so it wasn't updated. It was just left in there. But you are correct, we do have transit now. Just got a note from Director Mach. The UMP was updated in 2024, the Utilities Master Plan, and there's a stormwater plan, master plan update scheduled for next year.
Thank you. So with that, so because those two items that I'm bringing up don't necessarily impact this, that is why it would not be redlined within this document, because it's not a direct impact on what we're talking about at the public hearing. Is that correct? I see a lot of nodding. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the opportunity through you to ask some of my questions about transportation and that as well. So through you, on page 26 of the outline plan, it says that no lane shall connect to Range Road 284 or Township 240. So I'm reading that and it sounds like we're going to be putting up blockades on those roads so that you can't access 240 or 284 from the main roads in this neighborhood. Could you speak a little bit about the rationale for that and the timeline? Is that indefinite or is there a trigger for removing those?
Yep. Through the chair to Councillor Sambo, so Range Road 284, there is a lot of policy identified in the intermunicipal development plan. So because of that, everything needs to be essentially fronting onto that road. And we only want to have roadways in the dedicated section, so the actual proper roads that are being designed, which is the Watercrest Boulevard. So any laneways that are there would not be able to connect into Range Road 284 indefinitely. So they are proposing fencing or additional like landscaping and buffers so that you can't essentially go over the curb and connect into Range Road 284.
Great, thank you. So indefinitely, there will be no access out of the community onto 284 or 240.
Through the lanes. There is the road though, Watercrest Boulevard, and then just north of the planned boundary there is also a dedicated road.
Oh, okay. So Watercrest Boulevard would continue to go to 284.
Yes, and
Okay.
there's also a road, I guess you kind of see in the pinkish color in the northwest portion. That will also connect. It's just we won't have any lanes connecting.
Understood, thank you. I have another question related to that. And it's a little bit outside the scope of the change, but I'm trying to understand the school site. So one of my questions was going to be, why is the school site in phase 3 when we've done all this work to say school sites need to be in phase 1, but it sounds like we're past phase 1 and phase 2. And so that's why it's marked as phase 3. It does sound like that's moving ahead before the rest of the development, so that's great. But regarding the school site, I am noting that in the transportation master plan, these two roads that mark the intersection of the school site are considered a neighborhood connector and a major neighborhood connector. And other schools in Chestermere are on what we call neighborhood connectors. And all of our schools have some traffic issue going past them as neighborhood connectors. And some of them have even worse issues with traffic going past them. So I'm wondering, again, a little bit outside the scope, but as part of the conversation around the outline plan, how are we addressing that issue? And is it standard practice to have schools on big roads like this? Or is there anything that we could consider now to not create new frustrations for the residents that will be moving into these communities?
Director Chaniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandro, typically schools would be located on collected roads. That is an appropriate typology for a school to be located. We don't want them on local roads because they're just not wide enough for people to sort of park their cars and drop their kids. So collector is the right typology. Arterials become a much higher typology where you don't want parking on the road, and so collectors sort of fit the midway. So the school is located at the appropriate location with collectors on both sides. We cannot change the location of the school at this point. It's already done. It's already endorsed, subdivided. So this ship, so to say, has sailed already. In the future communities, all we need to ensure is we're not locating school sites right next to locals. What is important is that they be located appropriately in line with the road classification that they're abutting onto. And through our review and, engineering servicing standards, we do ensure that any of the school sites are located right next to collectors only. I don't know if that helps answer the question. Yes? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I wanted to clarify that that intersection there is currently also a roundabout. It's not a four-way stop. A roundabout, thank you.
I remember this first came to one of the first times this came to council, I was a baby councillor, and I remember that there was a lot of, I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor, if you remember, we had a lot of conversation about this particular intersection, about the four-way stop and the roundabout and those sorts of things, and this was ultimately, so there was a lot of consideration made by the council of the day with regards to this and why that became a roundabout at that time, and looking at that as being kind of the best location for this, given crossing and students crossing and those sorts of things. There was, sorry to be repetitive, there was a lot of conversation when this first came to council, again, when I was a baby councillor, with regards to that particular intersection. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, I believe then what we're looking for is to move with second and third reading for so the first thing we're doing is approving the outline plan, is that correct? Okay, thank you. So can I have Deputy Mayor Ryan?
Yes, move that council approve the Waterford Estates outline plan dated March 2026 as shown in attachment B.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then we're going to be looking at doing second and possibly third reading, depending on how the voting goes with regards to Bylaw 016-26. So can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading for Bylaw 016-26, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Let's move the council give second reading to Bylaw number 016-26, being the Waterford Estates Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, I believe then we can move to third and final reading for Bylaw 016-26. Can I have a councillor make the motion for third and final reading for Bylaw 016-26, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to Bylaw number 016-26, being the Waterford Estate Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to comment through the chair to our presenter, BLV, on behalf of Polyco, that thank you for listening to council, prioritization, and you hit all the buzzwords. You've been obviously listening to this council, which is essentially what our residents are wanting, so I'll be voting in favor of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Edney.
Can we skip offsite levy bylaw for right now and just move to the next item, the commemorative naming policy? Our consultant isn't here yet. We were expecting this to be a later item.
So I apologize for council's efficiency in moving through the agenda here this morning, Mr. CAO. With that then, Mr. Edney, are you asking us to go to item 12.1.4 then? the commemorative naming policy? Or do you want me to? Thank you. So, sorry, that was off, Mike. We are going to be moving to 12.2.1, Policy 858, which is the Sponsorship, Donations, and Naming Rights Policy. This is being presented by Ms. Candace Dennison, Director of Strategic Services. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I am presenting Policy 858, which is the Donation, Sponsorship, and Naming Rights Policy. I want to distinguish this from another policy that is coming, which is the Commemorative Naming Policy. That policy is about recognition, where this one is transactional. It's about the city entering into arrangements that generate value. And our previous framework for this expired in 2020. As Chestermere has grown and our capital investments have matured, the need for something more comprehensive has become clear. I'd like to thank Mayor Dean, Councillor Grant, and Councillor Sambo for their work on the task force to develop this policy. At a high level, the key elements are a tiered asset structure that keeps council's authority over the city's most significant assets, fair market valuation with independent appraisals for those assets, so the city is never underselling itself, and annual reporting, so council maintains visibility into every arrangement we enter. Because this policy needs to protect the city, our donors, and our assets, it's necessarily robust. To make it workable, we've formalized a relationship manager role as a single, consistent point of contact that makes it easy for partners to engage with us and ensures that every inquiry is handled properly. We're also building a webpage so partners can find us easily and engage with confidence. So I'm asking Council to adopt Policy 858 to allow us the ability to seek out potential sponsorships and funding opportunities. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I think, too, I want to provide some further commentary on this. I think, too, that this policy is going to give some council and administration a tool now where when we are approaching or when we get approached by people that are looking to make donations or look at naming, as we're looking at, for example, our recreation strategy, and we're looking at new recreation facilities or our current rec facilities or things throughout the city. This is going to provide us an opportunity to approach people. One of the things that we've been talking about is investment back into our community, and that's exactly what this policy is going to help us do. We've seen this in other communities. Going to be speaking to this at a subsequent meeting that's coming up with regards to work that we've done with recreation and tours that we have done of, say, Heavy Metal Place in Spruce Grove, and what we've learned from them about the naming that they went through for those sorts of facilities. So this is really going to, should this be approved, it's really going to give us an opportunity to seek out further investment into our community. I also wanted to just clarify really quickly. So now this said that the previous policy had expired. And so I've had some commentary from some people about your city policies are expiring. So can we, I'm just wondering through to administration, can you just comment on the process that we are now following with regards to policies, policy review, because I do believe that we've actually have a policy for how often we're reviewing our policies, as well as that we're not putting expiry dates on our policy, but rather we are doing we have reviews of our policy. I'm just wondering if we can have a quick comment from administration with regards to that.
Yeah, actually, you said it exactly. So in the past, our policies did have expiration dates on them, which just meant that some of our policies did lapse, unfortunately. Now they do not, and we do have that intentional review built in.
Great, thank you. So with that, Council, are there any comments or questions that you have with regards to this policy 858? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll make a comment. Of course, I had the opportunity to review this before it came into this form and made several comments on it. I have reviewed and built many of these in a nonprofit context, and I think this is one of the more robust ones. One of the things I wanted to make sure is that it was also written from a potential donor or sponsor's perspective as well, so that if somebody wanted to be generous and, you know, leave a legacy with the city of Chestermere, that it wouldn't be hard for them to find out how to do that. So I do find that this policy now allows someone to do that, which is the best way for us to capture on people's generosity if they should like to. So if any of the 10,000 people watching are listening and would like to take a look, please do. But I think it's quite good, and thank you to Ms. Dennison for all this work as well.
Yes, thank you to that comment, Councillor Sambo. A number of our councillors went on a tour of some rec facilities last week, and one of the things that we saw was some legacy namings that we saw, and we were able to learn some information. So again, that's what this policy is going to provide us the opportunity to do, is some of that legacy naming piece that we've seen throughout, that we saw on some of our tours that we were on last week. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, through you to through our CAO Kent to Ms. Dennison. What kinds of things can people put their name on? Can there be a, you know, Councillor Robert Schindler outhouse or something like that?
That's what you want.
I'm just asking.
This policy doesn't put any limits on assets. So we do have at the very end an asset schedule that you can see. Appendix A is what we would call council approval required assets. So these are the significant community assets, and these ones will always come to this forum for approval before we do any sponsorship on those. We also have lower sponsorships available in terms of I would say one of the big differences is if you think of a future rec center, the rec center itself would need to come to council, versus if we wanted to name a meeting room within that facility, then that would be something that we could do on this side as administration. So there is no limits. This policy is designed to be creative. If there is something that does have value, then we are willing to having that conversation with potential donors and sponsors.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to the presenter, I'm reading the list of assets, but yet you just said that there's no limits. I thought you list the assets, so there's obviously limitations to those assets. So we're not going to rename operations, which is not on the list, obviously speaking. So I'll let you answer that question, but as a follow-up to that question, you can answer this maybe at the same time. The CRCA is not on the list. Is that just because there's a current lease that's being held by the CRCA?
That is correct. It is not something that is currently available for us to have conversations about. As for the asset schedule is to be regularly maintained by the relationship manager. So the schedule that you have here is kind of the first one that we have developed. But if there is a potential new asset that is acquired, for example, a weed skimmer, then that is something that we could look at adding on to this schedule if we so chose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I believe that we'll have the motion here to approve policy 858, being the sponsorship, donations, and name rights policy. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Absolutely, Your Worship. I move that Council adopt policy 858, being the donation, sponsorship, and naming rights policy as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I have a question for Legislative Services. We had created a task force for this, and again, just for everyone's, as a reminder for everyone, there's been a task force and a committee. A task force have a very specific goal, and then they go meet that goal. This task force has done that. We had made a motion to create that task force. Do we now need to make a motion to dissolve said task force now that policy 858 is approved? Legislative Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That would be my understanding, that you would need a motion to dissolve.
I think we do as well. So can I, Legislative Services, can we have a motion, please, to dissolve the task force for policy for the sponsorship, donations, and naming rights policy. Thank you. Ledge services, I'm assuming, but I'll just confirm that the wording, I'm assuming because you wrote it that the wording works, but just confirming that this is the wording that we'll just need to dissolve that committee, ledge services. Oh, there we go.
Okay, just let me see here. Donation sponsorship. Rights, terms of reference. Yeah. We're just adding a couple of words
Okay.
there, Mr. Mayor. That should be sufficient. We just add terms of reference.
Thank
so
you.
that's consistent with the policy name.
Okay, thank you. So with that, can I have a councillor make the motion to dissolve the mayor's task force for the donation, sponsorship, and naming rights terms of reference? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council dissolve the mayor's task force for the donation, sponsorship, and naming right terms of reference.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a short break and come back at 11:10. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Moving forward with our agenda here, we're now moving to item 12.1.4, which is policy 863, which is a commemorative naming policy being presented by Mr. Aman Khalsi, data management team lead. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Aman Kelsey. I'm the Data Management Team Lead for the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Administration is bringing forth a new commemorative naming policy. Commemorative naming is not currently addressed within the city's active policy framework. Administration is bringing forward this proposed policy to provide a structured approach for recognizing and using commemorative names for individuals, families, or groups that have made notable contributions to the city or events that have had historical significance. Through the policy, requests for commemorative naming can be submitted by the public, developers, administration, or members of council. The proposed names will be reviewed by the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, and the committee can then provide recommendations to council. Council is provided with final approving authority over all commemorative naming decisions, including the ability to change civic street names, which are the functional street names used for mailing addresses and property records. If adopted, this policy may result in minor costs related to installation of signs and plaques, but these costs are expected to be minimal and managed within the city's existing resources. Overall, the policy provides clarity and consistency in the city's approach to commemorative naming and supports transparent and accountable decision-making. Administration recommends that Council adopt the proposed policy 863, being the commemorative naming policy as presented, and that Council accept amendments to policy 854, being the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee policy as presented. Council also has the option to request changes to the proposed policy, with administration returning the revised policy to Council at the next available meeting. With this, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council, are there any questions with regards to policy 863 being the commemorative naming policy? Any questions from Council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you. Thank you for the presentation. I was looking under Section 6, Submission and Review Process, and it's unclear to me whether the submission can stop at the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, or if all applications must go to Council just with a recommendation one way or another from the committee. Can you speak to that?
So Council will have final approving authority, and all names will be approved through Council. But the submissions will go through the advisory committee before they come to Council.
But the committee can't stop it coming to Council. That's the clarity that's being sought.
The committee can make recommendations.
Yes.
And if there are certain names that they feel should not be moving forward to Council, then I believe in that case, maybe such can correct me or add to it.
Director Janiak?
Through the chair, the intent is that the committee sort of vets all the name. If the committee feels this name should not be approved, the recommendation still would have to come to council for a decision. So council is the final decision authority. Yes or no is a separate thing, but all names would come to council for a final decision. Committee sort of vets the name, goes through the process, says yes or no. It's just an added, I guess, step to ensure that there is value in the name that's being presented. That's the purpose of adding the committee in the review process.
Yes, thank you. Some commentary I want to add to that, and I think that it does fit in here. I was going to wait a moment, but since the question's kind of been opened up, I think that there's going to be some clarity moving forward, working through legislative services and our CAO with regards to our committees. I think it's an important reminder for all of us that council committees are advisory committees for council. They are not an advisory committee to administration. That is a very, very important distinction, that our council committees are advisory to council. They bring a suggestion, a recommendation, ideas for motions, but at the end of the day, the elected officials that sit on the other side of this desk are the official and final authority decision makers. Because that's what we got elected to do. And so I think that that's an important clarity that I think it's going to be good to work with Legislative Services on for a future presentation to Council, because I think there's at times there's been some confusion with regards to the authority and the working of our committees. That is not reflective of this committee at all. I think that this is a general statement that I would like to see us moving forward on, that again, these committees make recommendations to council, but also our committees work at the behest of council and work under the strategic direction of council and not the other way around. And so I think that those are some important distinctions. And so with Councillor Sambo's line of questioning there, I certainly agree with that, because these do need to come to council. However, we absolutely appreciate and are thankful for the work that the volunteers who come out to our committees do. I just think that as we're moving through these processes, some clarity as to what the roles of the committee, how they work, their authorities, and how administration also interacts with those committees. I think it's going to be important for us to just have some clarity on that moving forward. Okay, any other questions with regards to the policy? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In hearing your kind of explanation about committees, I completely, support your explanation. And in reading this presentation, it seems as though that we're consistent with that, even though it does say go to the Heritage Committee for recommendations. It's not saying approvals or anything like that. So I think we're pretty okay. What do you think?
Oh, I have no problem with this. I'm making a general statement about observations that I have made within our committees, which is why I think it would be good to have that come back. And so,
within that context, though, it seems to also be consistent with this.
I agree with you. I think that this does meet that, and that's why I think the question came forward. I don't want to speak on behalf of Councillor Sambo. I think that her concern, at least my concern, I shared the same one, is that we don't, I think the concern was, we don't want an idea to go to the committee and then it dies at the committee because the committee doesn't support it. At the end of the day, we are the decision makers. So I believe that's where that question came from, to make sure that it still comes to council for that approval.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions with regards to policy 863? Thank you. Can I have councillor then make the motion to adopt policy 863, being the commemorative naming policy? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council adopt policy number 863, being the commemorative naming policy, as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Thank you. I'm going to be absolutely supporting this policy, and one of the reasons that I'm going to be supporting it is one of the feedbacks that we've heard is that as we grow, how do we celebrate, maintain, and build on the history of Chestermere? And I think that this is a way to do that, and this is putting in some of those official ways for us to look at honoring where we've come from and where we're going. I think that any future should be built on honoring your past and remembering where you came from. And I think that that's going to be an important step moving forward, which is the reason, one of the many reasons why I'll be supporting this particular policy. With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then I believe that we may have a motion to accept the amendments to policy 854, which is the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee policy as presented. Can I have a councillor make this following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Let's move that council accept amendments to policy number 854, being the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee policy as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move now to item 12.3.1, which is the union agreement ratification, local 5592. We also have, as part of this, an in-camera portion. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to start with that. I do not anticipate that to be very long. There's just, it'll provide a couple opportunities for some specific questions that need to be asked within that context, under disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, the public body being the city of Chestermere. And so with that, can I have a motion, please, to go into closed session at 11:21? Can I have a counselor make the fall? Thank you. Counselor Sambo.
I move that council go into closed session at 11:21 a.m. to discuss the following: Union Agreement Ratification, Access to Information Act, Section 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of closed session, please? Counselor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 11:43 a.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. As per our procedural bylaw, we'll take our quick 5-minute break and come back at 11:49. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here, and just before proceeding with the presentation from Mr. Sheedy on the request for decision on the union agreement ratification, Mr. Edney, I believe you just want to make a procedural comment. Mr. Edney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just through you and council, we did discuss this offline. I may need to step out at 12 o'clock for a few minutes. If I do, in my absence, Director Chandiak will be the acting CAO in that capacity, so the meeting can continue.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Sheedy, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the council. I come before you today to get a request for decision regarding the union negotiations and ask the council ratify the memorandum of agreement and between the city and the Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 5592 and authorize the mayor and CAO to execute the final collective agreement. Some background, the agreement was set to expire in December of 2025. We started to meet with the union in November of this year. My committee I feel like I should mention who was on it: Grayson Mock, a fellow director, James Craig from Parks and Rec, and Brendan Couch, who does our roads crew, did yeoman's work the entire time that we were meeting with the union. We've reached an agreement that was signed on May 4th and has been ratified by the union membership. They've done their part. They've ratified the agreement. The tentative agreement was submitted to the membership, and they have voted in favor. The key changes for council: 3% general wage increase retroactive to January 1st of this year, 2026. You, of course, had previously approved a 2.5% increase. That 0.5% increase represents approximately $48,000 in extra cash above what was budgeted. A 3% general increase in January 1st of 2027. An increase in the safety boot allowance of $180 to $360 biannually because boots have gotten expensive. A 1.5 overtime rate for the first 2 hours after the regular schedule, 2.0 overtime rate for any hours after that. Legislation with employment standards says 1.5 after 8 hours, so this is a slight increase for them. An increase in the health spending account from $600 to $800 per annum. And vacation eligibility moving instead of from 1 to 5 years for a 1 week increase, it would be after 1 to 3 years. So instead of that vacation increase being 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and so on, it would be 1 to 3, 4 to 8, 9 to 13. So they would get that extra week vacation just a little bit earlier as a nod to work-life balance. In addition, there's a letter of understanding that would agree to a one-time market adjustment of up to 3% per position, comparing against like positions in agreed-upon municipalities at an agreed-upon average rate. Retroactive pay based on the hours worked since January 1st to all employees would be, after the date of ratification, there would be that payment made to them. Implication, well, we would have a new collective agreement and therefore be operating. And there would be a slight increase, as I said, of about $46,000 in the operating budget. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to add some clarification to the financial aspect, the $48,000 that Mr. Sheedy mentioned, we do have capacity in the operating budget, so we don't need a separate motion or anything to take care of that. By the time we got to final budget, we already knew what this was going to look like, so it's incorporated in there, assuming that council would ratify this. If you don't, then we can move forward and discuss what that looks like.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Sheedy with regards to the presentation? Okay, I will continue to watch the screen for lights to light up. Just a really quick one before going to Councilor that has just pressed the button. As someone who signs a document or two in this role on a daily basis, just a small procedural question that I had. I noticed everywhere where there's signatures, it's only signatures and there's not like the printed name and then the signature. Is that a normal part of this process? It would seem to me that the identification of who sat on the committee on both sides would be a important part of this, whereas it's just a signature. So just a small procedural question that I had with regards to that.
So there's a record in the minutes of these meetings of who was on the committee. When we do the final agreement, once these are all signed off, there would be the totality of the agreement, including the parts that didn't change at all. And those would have the written signatures and then printed names of the people signing for the respective parties.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to our presenter, I have a question. We briefly talked about comparable municipalities that were used. I'm looking in the document and I can't see them. Do you have a list of a few, or can you direct me to what page they're on?
I can forward the document to you after the presentation, but I can tell you that it's the town of Cochrane, town of High River, city of Fort Saskatchewan, city of St. Albert, Strathcona County, town of Morinville, Parkland County, town of Stony Plain, city of Spruce Grove, and the town of Blackfelds. Some of the ones picked were because some of the municipalities that council has identified do not have collective agreements. So we needed to, and it was my belief that the broader and the more municipalities from which we had to choose, the better averaging and better, more precise picture we would get. So these meet our basic qualifications of mid-sized municipalities in proximity to a larger urban center. And I can certainly forward this document to you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Sheedy. Follow-up question would be, do our union members receive additional benefits beyond this agreement? Maybe use of a truck, gas card, such things. Additional pay, not listed. Time off, not listed.
I would say that any time they bank is in accordance with the agreement. We have several of our staff who use a city vehicle while they're working, but they don't have use of it when they're not working. And there's a process whereby that gets signed out and responsible. I would have to guess that they have some kind of arrangement around a gas card, but it's for city use only. It wouldn't be for personal use.
Aren't our gas cards, though, we just gas up at city ops? Or do we...
I'm not sure.
As a follow-up with that, I thought we didn't have necessarily like you go and you gas up somewhere else unless you're out of town on a road trip and then you just claim that mileage similar to what council does, right? But I thought our city vehicles, we just pretty much gas up at Public Works. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor Dean.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I guess I'm the one that'll keep going until someone else's light clicks on. So I'll move on to my next question, Mr. Sheedy, about the health benefits and the split of that. So in there it's listed as an 80-20 split. Yes. Is that normal for municipalities?
I would say that there are municipalities that have the 80-20 split. There are also a significant number of municipalities where the municipality covers 100% of the premium.
Okay. Thank you. Additional question. Do we have a total of what the city pays out in union dues annually?
In union dues?
Like, I would assume that there's a portion of the wage that gets paid by the employee to the union.
Yeah, so I did it this morning. I ratify, or I sign off once a month on the total amount that is taken from...
remitted to the union.
Yeah, so we have a list. We do that on their behalf to the union members.
Sure. Is that a shareable number?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it on me. But
sure. If that information you're going to send me later, could you include that same information of just I'm just trying to figure out what it actually costs the city in this situation.
It doesn't cost the city anything.
Well, the city pays the total wage at the end of the day. So whether you're a union or a non-union employee, there's a delta there, is what I'm saying. So
Okay.
I'm trying to rectify what the employee takes home and puts in their pocket versus what we pay them.
Sure. Right. So I can give you that. I can give you what that amount is on a per employee basis.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to clarify that comment, the employee pays the union. We don't pay the union on their behalf.
Absolutely.
But I understand your line of questioning after finishing it.
Thank you.
They take home less because of the union.
Yes, I'm just trying to wonder what that delta is. So, and I have one last question, and it relates to the contracting out of the bargaining unit work. So would that be in relation to, like, say we need some planning done and we need to hire a planning consultant? Do we need to receive written permission from the union to hire that planning consultant if we don't have capacity for it?
I'm not sure that's what that clause is intended for. It's more intended for if we were going to have a union, because I'm not sure planning, are planners, are they? They're not.
Am I going to Mr. Chandiak? No, yes, no?
So I will say that it has not been our practice to get written permission from the union for the example that you provided.
Okay.
Because the expertise does not exist, or we wouldn't be looking for the contractor.
Perfect.
On a go-forward basis, there is a clause in the union agreement that says before we contract out any service to a third party that would involve the loss of jobs, that they have an opportunity to make a bid to do the work themselves.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the union agreement? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. A general question through you, and I'm not looking for specifics, but what I really want to know is, does the city currently have the structure to do proper staff evaluations and assessments against expectations of the role and that kind of thing right now, or is that an ongoing process? I know it can be a real challenge to do that kind of thing within the union, and of course one of the priorities of any employer is to make sure that we get the most out of the people that are working for us, right? So could you discuss that at a high level?
So I keep putting this off by a month, but we're currently engaged in doing some training. I'm going to do some training with the managers around performance evaluation and performance management, two different things. So we have a form ready. I have a course ready where we can talk about doing performance evaluation against how to create SMART goals, all that sort of stuff. For the union, we have performance management tools, i.e. if there's a performance issue, a process whereby people can go through a form that we use that the union is a part of. Performance evaluation, as you suggest, is tougher in a union environment. The union's attitude is the work is the work. So there isn't anything in the contract regarding performance evaluation, which means that it's not precluded. We can do it. We can do performance evaluation of people. It just would not be able to have an impact on wages. And of course, that is not the only reason you do performance evaluation. So I think it's valuable to do evaluation to say, here's where a gap is and here's what we're going to do to fill it, regardless of whether it has an impact on wage. So that's a process we're introducing with the managers as soon as I get the time to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the union agreement? Okay, with that, I believe we're looking for a motion then to ratify the memorandum of agreement between the City of Chestermere and the Canadian Union of Public Employees. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council ratify the memorandum of agreement between the City of Chestermere and Canadian Union of Public Employees, QP Local 5592, and authorize the mayor and chief executive officer to execute the final collective agreement.
Thank you. Chief administrative, not executive. But we're good.
Sorry.
We got it. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried by majority vote. Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to say publicly thanks to Mr. Sheedy and the team from the city's perspective. This is a long process. There was a lot of work. There were a lot of long days into going back and forth, but also thank the team that was on the other side representing the union as well. Again, these are our employees taking time out of their day to come and try to find something that works. So just want to say thank you to both sides for a collaborative process and all the effort that they put in to this process.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will take our lunch break and we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our lunch break and before proceeding with the rest of our agenda, I actually was thinking about this over lunch, and I want to go back to the union agreement just for a moment, and I want to honor some requests that were made by Councillor Grant, and I'd just like to put them in the form of a motion, just so that they end up on our resolution tracker, not requesting in any way, shape, or form that a report needs to come back to council or a report needs to be done publicly, but rather just to ensure that the follow-up happens with regards to some requests. I believe Councillor Grant had two. I'm going to call on him here in a moment just to clarify. And then I had one as well that I wanted to just have as a bit of a motion here. So what I'm getting at for Councillor Grant is you had requested two items to be sent to you, and I would like to actually, again, put these in form of a motion. No report needs to come back to council. What will happen is when this is done, as part of our resolution tracker, it'll just come back as a completed item that it is done. But Councillor Grant, can you just remind lead services and council the items that you had requested Mr. Sheedy send you, please?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I appreciate that. The one item I was looking for was a list of the comparable communities, and the second item was the value of the union due remittance annually.
Thank you. Councillor Grant, does that wording on that work for you? Sorry, Councillor Grant?
Yes, Mayor Dean, thank you.
Are you okay with receiving that just via email?
I am okay to receive it by email if that's okay by council too.
I'm trying to avoid it having to come back to council because I don't think it needs to.
Fantastic.
Unless you're looking for a public report.
That's okay.
Okay, so I would actually put that right in the motion, just via email. And the one I wanted to add was Mr. Sheedy had mentioned, I had talked about how on this particular document we only have the signatures without the printed names and the signatures, and he said there was another document that was coming now that council had made this motion, that there was a final document that was coming, and I would also like that to be included. So would that be the final copy of the ratification? What would that be called, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. You could call that the executed version of the union agreement. So that's what you and I will execute after that. Again, we'll have everybody's name and signature on it at that time.
Thank you. Does that work? Does that work? Okay. Councillor Grant?
I'd be happy to make the motion, Mayor Dean.
Thank you. Was there, I think we've hit them all, council. Was there anything, I think that those were the only three that had come up that we were looking just to have that provided with. Okay, Councillor Grant.
I move that council direct administration to provide council with a list of comparable communities, the value of union dues remittance annually, and the executed final union agreement via email.
I was just thinking about this. Can we just change the wording if the, sorry, Councillor Grant, with, I would, instead of I would change, provide council with the list of comparable communities used in the union agreement. Because remember, as I'm thinking about it, there were some differences between some of the ones that we use and some that are in the policy, and it was a broad range, and so I think we should just be really specific as to which one we're looking for. So, Councillor Grant, I think that's a bit of a material change. So
I will restate.
If you're okay with it, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
I move that council direct administration to provide council with a list of comparable communities used in the union agreement, the value of union dues remitted annually, and the executed final union agreement via email.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move now to, we're going to go back to item 12.1.3, which is Bylaw 020-26, which is the offsite levy bylaw. First reading being presented by Mr. Mark Ralt. Wow, I just mixed up your first name and your last name in one sentence. That's quite a lunch I had. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us today. As as noted, I'm Mark Rolt. I'm a senior engineer and advisor for the CGI group, along with Helium McMood here. She's our project coordinator who we're putting together the offsite levies for 2026 and the update to the bylaw. Please note that all my comments are made through the CEO to the chair and all the rest of council. Today, we're here to seek first reading and request a public hearing for the offsite levy bylaw 2026. I have a small agenda. We're going to go over the motions, basically how we calculate on a high level, the areas that have changed, the model inputs we'll talk about, and then the new rates and high level questions. We've provided all the reports that are really technical, and some of you may want to get into that. We can answer those in the question period, but just to get the public on this technical issue, we'll go through the high level. So in the city of Chestermere, we do our offsite levies annually. This was through our policy that we went through this year, that it's probably the best for our high growth community. We have offsite levies, and please note that each offsite levy are individual. Lots of times we talk about offsite levies and we bundle them together, but in fact, they're all individual, and that's through the MGA. So we have water, sanitary, storm, transportation, rec, fire, and library. Now the MGA also allows us to do police stations, but we don't have that one. We have everyone but police stations. So the motions that we're seeking, I'll just read them out here. The council gives first reading to bylaw 2026, being the offsite levy bylaw as presented, and 2, that council schedules a public hearing for bylaw 2026 on June 9th, 2026 at 1 p.m. in council chambers. Now, offsite levy rates are calculated pretty simple. It's just the costs of the project. So we take a bunch of projects like Chestermere Boulevard, Rainbow Road, that are all these big infrastructure projects that are in a bucket, and then we divide it by who benefits from it, who in the next 25 years. So how much development we're going to have in the next 25 years. And we do that every year. We come up with a growth projection with input from the development industry, and we use provincial numbers and a bunch of other stuff to come up with an annual thing. And we've been fairly accurate on that, at least on the short term. And that gets us the denominator, and then we update the prices, and that's part of the process we did this year. We break the area into benefiting areas. So we have 22 basically areas, and these are mainly drainage boundaries for sanitary and water. That's how they're broken up. Or sanitary and stormwater, that's how they're broken up, because the majority of the offsite levies apply to everybody in the city. So everyone benefits from a rec center. So everyone, all 22 categories will get the rec levy. Everyone benefits from a library. So everyone gets a library. Same with transportation. If I put 4 lanes on Chestermere Boulevard, people in Clearwater have an advantage to get to the city of Calgary. So we do that. Everyone benefits from those. So as you see in this slide here, our forecast has slowly come down. And now that you say, well, we've been growing really fast. Well, that's why they're coming down. We've been growing really fast. We've been exceeding these numbers almost every year since 2019, 2021. They're a little bit below. We readjusted in 2022 is when we implemented our new growth strategy and how we did that annual growth numbers. And so we've been pretty accurate and pretty consistent with those. So we went from last year, we had 766 in the 25 years. Now we have 728. Considering we did about 50 hectares, 40 to 50 hectares last year, it seems fairly reasonable. And then we, through use of the developers' forecast, they give us forecasts of what they have. They're really accurate for the first 5 and a little bit less accurate 10 years. And beyond 10 years, they don't have a clue really. So then we have where we have outline plans, where we think the growth will occur, and where we have infrastructure. So these are the areas and how we've assigned that 728 hectares. So you can see in, let's say, 2, we have 115 hectares. Now, how do you say we don't even have an outland or an ASP for that yet? But this is 25 years out. We have people coming into asking us about an outline plan for that area right now. So it's reasonable that will happen. But those are farther off in the years. So when we collect offsite levies and the manager of finance will account balances. These are kind of deferred. He'll have a different term for it, and he explains this in your budget process what the difference is. But I'll just use what I've been using just to keep it straight in my head because I'm no accountant. But basically, we receive funds for projects that may be built already, may have to be built in the future, but we pool them all together and then we collect an average. So you can see that we've had positive increases in transportation and stormwater and water and sanitary and fire, and you can see, and even library. Where we had a negative one was rec. That's when you're going, why? Well, we actually purchased the land last year it actually came out, even though it was passed the year before, it didn't actually come off the books until January, so it came in this year. That's why that one went down. So we're in a better position. We were negative $10 million in the funds. Now we're positive. We're still negative $3 million overall, and majority of that is in that sanitary front ending that we had from doing lift station 13 and the force main to the Calgary. So in general, every year we've agreed with the engagement committee, which we have a lot of an engagement process where we engage Build and other major developers in town. We invite them into these meetings, and we go through a series of meetings, and we do lessons learned, and we go through the growth, and we do a bunch of stuff. So we've agreed that the model has an inflation metrics in it, but it assumes the numbers we put into the model are already in today's dollar. So if I have a report that's 5 years old, I have to inflate those numbers. So that's what you'll see. So we have inflation, which last year was 2.4% thereabouts. So if it's a couple year old report, it increases it. The other thing that really affects it is the timing. And in transportation, when council made the decision in last year's or this year's budget, I can't remember, about delaying the Causeway bridge because we're going to put the maintenance on there and move that out 3 or 4 years, that actually had reduced the rate. So normally I would expect these rates just by inflation to be about 4% once you have the projects moving forward and the increase. So these are slightly lower on transportation, but that's because of some of the decisions that council made by moving a project out from being in I think it was supposed to be in 2027, we moved it to 2030. So those kind of things will affect the rates. So it's a 2.2% increase, reasonable. Water, very little changed on this. The only thing we added was about a little bit of cost change from the water line from Waterford Boulevard to the canal, which is part of the CSRO outfall project. So we have an updated cost for that. So basically, that's why that's at 4%. That's kind of the average that we would expect. The sanitary. Now, the sanitary did the inflation. We had some projects move, but there was a few allocation corrections that were identified by the developers that said, this sewer doesn't benefit me, this one does. And so we modified some of the things through input from the development industry. And so that had some of the higher ones come down a little bit and some of the lower ones go up, and the average, there's some changes on specific areas. And I'll specify the weighted average here. This is important. So it's not just, it's the rate times who develops within the 25 years divided by the 25-year area. So it's not, you don't just take all the numbers and average them, you'll have a different number. It's actually timesing and modifying, so it's a weighted, what we expect. The stormwater, this had a significant change. We had some more studies come in from the CSRO. They had a new cost estimate come in for that, and we presented that to the committee, and that changed the timing of some of these projects, the size, and where and who benefited from the. So there was quite a change in who. Some of them had a significant increase, some had some decreases. It was all over the place, and you'll see that in the next few slides. But overall, the average just changed it by 1%. So overall, it was positive, but some people had significant. As you can see, the high there is like 28% increase. Recreation. Now, this one I want to make sure it's clear, because under the MGA and what I do here is we present documents. So the only document I have right now is the original Gibbs Gauge report that was done 5 years or 6 years ago. We've inflated that every year, right? And so that's still used in the model. It's different than what's in your current budget. I think you have a different number in the budget. But what we did is myself and Kathy came in and presented to Bill about the timing. We said that council has a wish to move some of these projects quicker and sooner. So we said we're going to move some of these zones that are farther out forward. So that was one of the big things, and that's why you see such a big increase in the price here, is because we kept the same pricing, but moved the timelines of some of those other projects to kind of match closer to what council's wishes are. So the timings are a lot more in line with what you have in your current plan, although it's not published. Those are kind of what we have in there, and those have been presented to Bill. And so that's why you see that 26.4% increase. And this was a significant issue for development issue in industry. But through the process, I think it's fair and reasonable, right? We can go into a few other discussions about that, but that was the one area that the developers were a little bit shocked. They don't like to see 26% increase. Fire increased slightly. Again, it's close to that inflation number, very close. So not a whole bunch of change other than the timing. Now, library increased a significant amount relative to that 4% average. And the reason was timing. When we approved library as a new offsite levy last year, by the time we approved it, we already had quite a few developments already developed without the library levy. So, but the model had assumed that those would have been charged it, and they weren't. So that's why there's the increase there. So this is why timing and getting in the model in the right time is important. So there's a change of 7.2 versus the 4 that I would expect on all the other ones. There's a few, and this is really technical, but I want to go through it because there was a couple issues that came up. Working with finance this year, we identified there was a bust in the recreation. We had double in the model, not in the accounting, but in our model, we had double allocated the special grant here. You'll see it in the 2025 under recreation special grant says 2.6, and you see in 2026 it's gone. Well, the reason is it was double counted because it actually was already in the model in the revenue. So we had double calculated in the model, but not in accounting. So we didn't have 5.2 million. We only had 2.6. So that was one of the other reasons it went higher on the rec. That accounted for about 9% of that increase of that 26%. Just that alone, that one error. So that was a slight difference. So again, as Mark was talking with your budget sessions, there's the municipal shares. This is the stuff that we're building offsite levies that are funded by municipality directly. They're not funded by the developers, and that's a municipal share. So it went from 85 last year to about $88 million for those projects in the next 25 years. And then you'll see there's two developer ones, the oversizing, and then there's the rates in the deal. So if I have an overpass in 24 years and it's $50 million, well, only 4% of that is in this model and the rest is in for future developers. But we have to build that project in 2049. So that's the total. So that's 832 million is we build all the projects that have to be built within the next 25 years. They're not all funded by this year's 25-year people. So that's the difference between, so you can see the amount of money that's the current rate cover is about $392 million. So this is kind of some of those questions I think you guys had during your budgeting thing. So I wanted to bring the slide in so it's clear and you can ask questions after about it, but it kind of clarifies a few of those. So this kind of high level, we have $832 million in the 25-year model. That's going to benefit 50 years of people, but that's how much infrastructure we need to build in the next 25. The rate has increased to $431,000 a hectare on a weighted basis. And basically we had a 5.3% increase over last year's rate, which is still significant. It's higher than inflation, about double, I guess. But that's about half of what we've been doing the last 10 years or 5 years or 6 years. We've been going up by 10% a year. So this is the first time it's in that 5% range. So it was generally reasonable based on the changes. And it's mainly attributed to that just reducing that 766 to 732, that added 2% or 2.5%. So when I said that 4%, it's inflation plus that number there. So overall, this is a nice summary that we can come back to, but basically it just shows you the different rates compared to each of them and how they've gone, the average to the low. But specifically, each developer and each area of town gets a rate. Now you can see when they are all constant, those are general. That means everybody pays the same rate. So transportation, water, rec, fire, and libraries are all general. Everyone pays the same rate. Doesn't matter where you develop or what you develop in town. The sanitary and the storm depends on if you're tying into this trunk sewer or that trunk sewer. And are you trunking into that lift station or not? So that's why there's a big difference. And you can see, if you looked at area 9, which is our highest one, you go, wow, that's really high, almost 500,000, where everyone else is at 430. Well, you can see the sanitary is at 132. Well, they're building an interim lift station that's going to service 46 hectares of land. So 46 hectares of land is going to pay for that $3.5 million lift station. So that's why that's so much higher. Just give you perspectives. So you can see there's quite a range. So when we say the weighted average, it's these numbers times what we expect to develop in the next 25 years. We've done multiple engagements with our internal staff, a lot more with finance this year than we've ever done since I started here. So that's been great. Thanks to Mark for that. We've engaged our developers. We've increased the developers to a bunch of people that are not part of Build. We've invited them. Some of the smaller developers, some of the Beacon people and that kind of stuff. Even Centron is not part of Build, so we invite them. They don't always attend, but they've been invited to all these things. There's very good open relationships there. When we find a mistake, we fix them. Like the sanitary one that came up from Saba from Qualico. He said, this doesn't make sense, and we fixed it. So we have a really good working relationship with them. Not always agree on the rates and how much it costs, but we have a really good working relationship. There is, that concern. And the rec, they're concerned about Chestermer's rec, but they're also concerned about rec overall in the area. And there is that new provincial bill coming up. And they asked if that's been included in this. And the answer is no, we have not engaged that because it's still a bill. And that bill relates to facilities and what can be charged in those facilities. But we will address that. We have a nice thing that we do it every year. So they were open to that, saying, oh, well, if you're going to have it next year, it changes. We'll look at it next year. So they're appreciative of that. Conclusion. We mainly looked at the rates increasing and the development areas go down. The average is at 5.32% if we want to get really accurate. We've included a red line markup of the changes in the bylaw that we went through. And now I'll open to questions. I know there might be some questions related to stuff we did with that policy relating to certain areas and stuff. But you have to understand when we have area 9, for example, which is East Acreages, if a 1 acre parcel guy comes in, it could also be mural comes in, right? And we have to charge whatever that rate is unless there's an exception. So we want to make sure that we capture the people that are doing the regular development get charged the right money. And then we have exceptions that our director and the CEO can adjust those rates. So I just want to get that clarified. And I also want to bring up that lift station 9. That's why that one's so much higher. It's because they're getting that benefit to bring that lift station, which will enable them to develop within the next 5 years versus 30 years. So, any questions from council?
Yeah, just before proceeding with questions with council, just want to clarify the comment you made. I believe you're referring to Bill 28, which has been passed, but the regulations haven't come out yet. And so I think what we're all waiting for is waiting to see what the regulations are going to be associated with Bill 28, because it's making a number of changes, proposed changes to the MGA, including with offsite levy models. before I go into council, Mr. Edney, I think you just want to provide some further commentary and some clarity on the process here moving forward. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, so this is a first reading. So appropriate questions around how the offsite levy model works, et cetera, that kind of thing, but debate around what's in that model and rates and all that stuff should be held for public hearing. But I realize this question's going to pour gasoline on the fire. So I'm prefacing with that. And I want to point out something in this model because I've pointed it out to council a lot of times during the budget process, not just council, but of course, public listening, anybody in attendance. If you pay attention to this, there's 728 developable hectares in the model in 25 years. We're charging $431,720 per hectare on average. That's $318 million. Let's just round. The city's on the hook for $88 million. So let's just round to $400 million. There's $838 million of projects in that 25 years, and this model is collecting half of that. The model does not take into account where does that other half come from. And I know when we're hearing from people that, oh, our offsite levies are too high and this and that, just a question, where's the other $400 million coming from? And I don't have an answer for that. And I don't think anybody has an answer for that. And that's the challenge with these models. Everybody looks in the short term and goes, I don't want to pay this. But if we truly need all that infrastructure, again, $400 million, we're not $4 million off. We're $400 million off in this model of paying for everything that needs to be developed for offsite levies. That's all I kind of wanted to point out as we start getting in this process and thinking about it. Because that's my question for Mr. Ruhalt. A great example is the library. The library's in your model in like 2028, and we'll have $2 million in the bank to pay for a $24 million library. Like, I don't understand. That doesn't make sense in my mind. I get we can borrow money, but, you know, again, how does this city borrow $400 million in the next 25 years? It doesn't. So there needs to be a change in the fundamental way that we're either paying for these, collecting money for these, sharing the cost, whatever it is. Yeah, that's about all I wanted to point out on this. It's just food for thought as we go into further discussions around the offsite levy model.
Just a bundle of positivity over there in the corner. Thanks for that. Just awesome. Well, thanks for that. Any other, so with that in mind, with Mr. Edney's comments in mind, just a reminder that this is first reading. We do have opportunity for public hearing, and I think it's important that council receive all the information at public hearing before entering into any debate on any of these sorts of things and bringing that forward. It's also going to give council will give you the opportunity between now and June 9th to really have a deep dive in all of these documents and coming back for the public hearing on June the 9th. However, there is still opportunity for any comments or questions that you may have at this time. Again, just keeping in mind that this is going to be a first reading with a public hearing and second and third to come. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I did have a question that isn't really addressed in here, and I think will be fundamental to the model. So I'd like to answer it now, so maybe some of that information could be prepared for later on. And that relates to our new land use district of the country residential, especially in the area 9 you mentioned and in the east acreages. Have we contemplated what that change in land use will do to the offsite levy model? I'm thinking if a large amount goes to country residential, then there's a large amount of those offsite levy costs that won't need to be incurred or inputted into the model anymore. So I'm just wondering if we thought about what that potential change is going to do to this model.
We've thought about it. We haven't really done any of the exercise. It's hard to do an exercise without knowing how much of that area is going to be that CR. On the short term, because we do it annually, the model, assuming that we do that intern lift station that I talked about, if we do 40 hectares of intense development, regular development, and we do some of the other stuff, it's a different story. But if it's all acreages, then there's a significant bust in that model on that side. So it really comes down to we haven't done the detail analysis, or we don't even know how much of that land would even be considered. How much would council consider allowing that to happen? Would it be all of it, half of it, 10%, 5%? I don't know. So that really, I could run a bunch of scenarios, but that would take a lot of time.
Councillor Grant?
And you're bringing up a good question, because that question needs to be asked and answered to make this model whole. So I would think that that's probably something administration should bring forward to council to address of what is our desire in these areas now. Because like you said, it is a bust there, and we do need to make some decisions about what development will look like and how it'll happen over the next 25 years. So I would look forward to having that conversation, I think.
Well, and to that point, we had a question that was brought forward from a resident this morning with regards to the acreages that I don't think we're going to address now. It sounds like we will put that forward to public hearing, but that I think that question also aligns with what we're talking about here with regards to this model. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question along the same lines through you. So we use a model that calculates based on the land area. It doesn't calculate based on the density. So there's all kinds of different scenarios that could affect density that would affect this model. You know, if you have more people coming in, then you need your projects sooner, you need more projects, it compresses that kind of thing. I was wondering if you could comment about that. Some of the scenarios I can imagine are CR, if there was a significant commercial area that was rezoned to residential, that would change the model. Maybe other kinds of densification. I'm wondering if you could talk about those scenarios or anything else you can think of.
Yeah, I can talk to it a little bit on a high level. So the model does have the ability to factor those things. We don't. Right now we assign it mainly because most of our master plans are based upon 19 units per hectare at 3.2 people per unit on average. That's the density of the gross area of the sort of the net area. That net area is basically gross minus ER, MR, and arterial roads and PUL used for our offsite levies. So based on that, we have that density. So even when we do our master plans, the industrial land, we allow the worst case scenarios that gets converted to residential in the future, high density. So we have that in our model based upon 19 units and 3.2. So we don't feather council's decision on what they want to do, as long as they don't skew it really. They go, oh, I want to have 50 units per acre in this area, right? That might be an issue, which we could model in detail, but in general, we'd have to then lower it somewhere else. And this is where that comes down to, you're changing your MGA to should versus must, right? That will keep that lower number. We have infrastructure also, you only buy 6-inch pipe, 8-inch pipe, 12-inch pipe. So you don't really you can't fine tune it down to a 6.5-inch pipe, right? So we have certain standards. So we have it generic enough on our master plans, and our master plans are what we use to populate these reports and this information. So as long as we don't skew significantly from council's policies, and those will trickle into those masters, and those masters will then trickle in because those are 25, 50-year documents.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions? Okay, with that, then I believe that we're going to be looking for first reading for bylaw 020-26, and then approving the public hearing. I'll speak to that here in a moment. So can I have the first motion, please? Council, get first reading of bylaw 020-26. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw number 020-26, being the offsite levy bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we're looking at 2 o'clock. I would like to have this say either 2:15 or 2:30. Just the practice of we try to take a break basically on the hour, and then we end up bumping anyway. So either 2:15 or 2:30, I think we should schedule it for, just for that reason, because when we take the break. I agree with you. I don't think that other one's going to take more than an hour, so 2:15 might seem like an odd time, but 2:15 I think makes sense, because then we would look at taking that break at 2 o'clock, come out of the break. It's exactly what happened this morning, right? We scheduled it for 10. We should just schedule it for 10:15. So if we could just schedule that for 2:15. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the scheduling of a public, of a public hearing for bylaw number 020-26, being the offsite levy bylaw for June 9th, 2026 at 2:15 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're now going to go to item 12.4.1, which is bylaw 026-26, the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw, being presented by Mr. Mark Shonkin, Senior Manager of Finance. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor and Council. So the first bylaw that I'm going to present to Council here is the subdivision bylaw. That relates to the subdivision classes of the properties. Council might be aware of this bylaw before, so this is just an update that we have. At a previous council meeting, council made a motion to exclude the single detached properties from the vacant residential bylaw. So as a result, the bylaw has been updated to only include the semi-detached and then the multi-unit properties into the vacant properties. So when we go to the bylaw itself, Council will note that in terms of the definitions, we've updated the definition in terms of the annexed residential. The reason for that is to ensure that because the annexed agreement has expired, to make sure that we still capture the exemptions that was a part of the annex agreement to go beyond that period. And there you can see that. Then the second item that we updated was on the triggering event. So the triggering event can happen in 4 situations. That is when the first one, when there's an application to give to have the land rezoned, so that will cause the first triggering event. The second one would be if there's a land improvement on the property, which would result in the property being connected to the water and sewer. And then the last one basically is when the property was subdivided and the homestead on the property remains. So those two, homestead would be excluded. In essence, that's the bylaw. I would be open for questions if council have any.
Thank you. So we're looking to we'd be doing all 3 readings.
All 3 readings, yes, please.
Okay, so then I think the first thing we should do is do first reading, get it on the books, and then open up for questions after that. So can we do first reading for bylaw 026-26, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the give first reading to bylaw number 026-26, being the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Council, do you have any questions with regards to the bylaw? Okay. Seeing none. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading for bylaw 026-26, please? Councillor Zampo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 026-26, being the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw. Boy.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We need to give permission to do 3 readings in one meeting. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give permission to proceed with the third and final reading for bylaw number 026-26, being the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the motion for third and final reading, please? Councillor Radawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 026-26, being the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and now we're on to 12.4.2, which is bylaw 022-26, being the 2026 property tax bylaw, also being presented by Mr. Mark Shonkin, Senior Manager of Finance. Hello again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the second bylaw is the property tax bylaw for 2020.
Sorry, Ledge Services started waving hands and pressuring mics and jumping up and down and setting off fireworks. I'm just kidding. So we need to lift from the table before we can proceed with this. Thanks, Ledge Services. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council lift from the table bylaw 022-26, being the 2026 property tax bylaw.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now, Mr. Shonkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the second bylaw is the 2026 property tax bylaw. The property tax bylaw is the purpose of this is to ensure that the municipality has enough funds to carry all the operating expenditures for the current year, as well as our capital commitments for the year as well. The implications of this, it's your council note that the revenue that we have in the bylaw matches back to what we have in the approved budget from council. And then obviously that we have to do the property tax bylaw on an annual basis. Now when we go to the bylaw itself, council note the 2 definitions that was updated in the subclasses was also updated here, and that is in terms of the annexed residential. Therefore, we will look at the triggering event, and also to make sure that it goes beyond the annexation period. And then lastly, is the triggering events that occur, the 4 clauses that we discussed already before. Now, in terms of the property or the bylaw itself, council note on the first page or the second page, sorry, is the total assessment. So it's $8.5 billion in an assessment of taxable assessment that we have during the year, and it's all then divided in different sections. When we go to the second page, in terms of the total taxes that we will collect, in 2026, we anticipate to collect a total of $54,923,805,000, of which $32 million is in respect to the municipal taxes. 3,717 is in terms of the DIP assessment that we collect, and then $22,834,768 relates to the Alberta School requisitions that we have. Council also noted the split between the Alberta School Fund and then also the Roman Catholic School, and then the over and under levy that we collect as well. Okay, so now the only additional items that I would like to bring to council's attention would be when we go to the appendices. So the first appendix there just gives a more detailed breakdown in terms of the assessments and then the individual property tax rates that we have there. Council will note in terms of our lowest rate and our highest non-residential rate, that's exactly 5-to-1 ratio, which is then required as per province in terms of that. Then the next page. This yes, the breakdown for the school requisitions. Something that I just want to bring to council attention in terms of this. The school school requisition is based on the equalized assessment, so it's not based on our current assessment for the current year, but it will be based on more historic numbers as well. The updated tax rates we have no control over as a municipality. That is being given to us by the province. So we do the recalculation, making sure that it then we can apply that to all our different property classes. And then the last one there is on the designated industrial property, where the city has to collect province, the assessment for the province as well. It was a small only $3,717 in total. And that concludes the bylaw. If there's any other additional question from council, I'd gladly answer those.
Okay, thank you. In keeping with practice, I think what we do is do the motion for first reading and then proceed onward. So can I have a councillor make the motion for first reading of bylaw 022-26 being the 2026 property tax rate bylaw, please? Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 022-26 being the 2026 property tax rate bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried with majority vote, not unanimous vote. That's carried with majority vote. Can I have, okay, is there any comments or questions from council with regards to the bylaw? Mr. Edney.
Thank you. Just noticed an issue in the bylaw that I'd like us to correct if council's okay for second reading. Page 5 of the bylaw, page 577 of our agenda package, item 3.1. At the bottom it says, and such subclasses as set on the division of assessments, blah, 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 blah. That was the old name of the bylaw. Can we change that, amend that to say the one we just approved? So, and such subclasses as set out in items 3.1. Yeah. And such subclasses as set out in the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Sorry for that error, council.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to bylaw 022-26? Okay, sorry, Councillor Rondawa.
I have just one question to clarify. So are we giving a still kind of, I can say, rebate or leeway for the acreage on this bylaw? So still they are paying less than other residents are paying. That is, I'm just looking for that clarification, please.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, so that is with the triggering events kicks in, and that's why we said, in the definition, it goes beyond the period after the annexation agreement has expired, so we still continue on it until the triggering event occurs.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Maybe to add some insight, because of course Mr. Shunkin wasn't here last year's discussion. Yes, they are paying less. If you look at Schedule A, their mill rate is 2.977, whereas the regular residential mill rate is 3.57. There was a discussion at some point to move that annexed residential to match, but we as administration haven't making that initiative. We've just applied the same difference as there was last year, unless there's direction from council to do something different.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's why it does trigger me, because I think for all the residents, we have to treat them equal. And my assumption is administration should bring the bylaw, it has to pay equal with other residents. So that's, I'm confused with.
Mr. Edney.
I thank you, Mayor Dean. For clarification, council made the annexed residential and made the change last year, so administration will not change council's direction from previous years in subsequent years unless you tell us directly otherwise to do that. In this case, where there was a slight increase in tax revenues, we applied that evenly across all assessment classes. You don't have to do that. That was the approach we took. You could do it differently if council felt like you wanted to do that.
Well, I think too, as a reminder, the bigger conversation that we were having on this was that they saw an increase based on the fact of the annexation agreement and the timelines of that. And we've been having lots of conversations of trying to figure this out. And I think the idea was to really, we're trying to leave everything kind of in a status quo, get to June the 10th, come up with some plans, and then this would come back, I believe, for budget 2027 as a further conversation, just because there's been so much, as was pointed out at public input, even this morning, with regards to the conversation we've been having with the acreages. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, I was just going to clarify that. The way this bylaw is worded is this will stay in perpetuity this way with the annexed residential until somebody subdivides or builds another house or does something, until council makes some sort of change, which I do expect to happen for the next budget cycle.
Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for my old notes. I could have swore on going back to Councillor Randhawa's comment there, or question there. I could have swore we had it set, and I wish I could find it right now, that there would be an incremental increase for the next 5 years. In those discussions, so we brought it down to a level, and then I could have swore we had it set to go up every year a little bit more until it matched the previous or the rest of the municipality to give people some relief. But I haven't found that yet. Does anyone know anything about that? Recall that?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Schindler's question, yes, you discussed that, but there was no motion or anything made in that regard. So you discussed potentially doing that, but didn't make any type of motion surrounding it. So we just moved it in the same proportion as everybody else.
And I think at budget time we had discussed, because there was the hike that happened this year, I don't know if we were looking to do the additional, because there's everybody, right? That there would be then an additional to the additional for the acreage owners for this year. Okay. Okay. Okay, so with that then, are there any other amendments that people would be looking for second reading to bylaw 022-26? Okay, seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading to bylaw 022-26, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 0222-26, being the 2026 property tax rate bylaw, with the following amendment. Amend section 3.1 to state and such subclasses as set out in the division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw number 026-26.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried with majority vote, not unanimous vote. That's carried with a majority vote. And then finally, because we're doing 3 readings, then we need to give permission for third and final reading. Just before proceeding with this, Just a reminder that this one needs to be a unanimous vote in order for the vote to proceed. So if someone was to vote no on this, then we would have to wait till another meeting before we're able to do third and final reading, which could put some pressures on our administration. I am clearly voting no on the tax rate bylaw, as I did on the budget. I've made my feelings clear as to why I've been voting no for those. However, I will be voting yes on this one, so that because once a decision is made by council, it is incumbent upon all elected officials to support the overall decision. But I wanted to make it clear that my stance on the budget and the tax rate bylaw has not changed. When I vote yes for this, I want there to be no confusion. So I will vote yes so that this can proceed, so that administration and council can move forward. But I do want to make it clear that my voting of yes is not a changing of my mind of being in support of the tax rate bylaw. So with that, can I have a councillor make the motion to give permission for third and final reading? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading for bylaw number 022-26, being the 2026 property tax rate bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that is carried unanimously, which means that we can move forward with third and final reading. So can I have a councillor make the motion to give third and final reading to bylaw 022-26, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 022-26, being the 2026 property tax rate bylaw.
Thank you. I'm going to be asking for a recorded vote on third and final reading. So third and final reading will be a recorded vote, and we'll just go down the line, and I'll be asking you if you're voting favor or against. So, Councillor Grant, how do you vote?
Against.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Narayan. Oh, sorry, don't push buttons. I got you. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Randawa.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Sandbo.
In favor.
Thank you. And I vote against. So that is carried by a majority vote of 5-2. Me doing math on a Tuesday afternoon. Awesome. Okay, so with that, I believe that we've come to just about the end of our agenda. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. Council, was there anything that anybody had for any new business, or was there anything from administration standpoint that we feel we have not covered off in today's meeting? Seeing none. I'm going to be asking for Councillor Randawa to her classic adjourning of the meeting. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 2:02 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councillor Warzanowski. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.